So how's Mouse doing this morning? Says there's three people. I see two. Ollie, ollie, oh, come free. Uh, So get that damn sleepy out of your eyeballs. Looks like now you left, damn it. What the hell, over? All right. Whoever's in the room, are you going to talk to me? It'd be nice instead of me having to sit here all by myself. I didn't say you had to come up, silly. I said just talk to me, damn it. Damn you, Scotty. Give me more power. I can't, Captain. She's breaking apart at the seams.
Where is the great Larry the Wise?
Hey, you.
Hey,
How you
sorry we're
doing?
late.
Don't be sorry, man.
We're still waking up, you know.
That's all right. I understand.
You know, she's not ugly enough to have to put makeup on, but me, I had to go put my makeup on before I get on camera.
Well, duh.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes me at least an hour to look like all this, you know?
So what's going on this morning?
It's been kind of drab. Everyone's sleeping or hungover or something. I'm not sure.
It is kind of a thing, kind of a weird thing. Saturdays aren't a good day at the coffee shop. Everybody's kind of like hungover, like you said, or something.
Oh, it kind of seems like it goes back and forth. One weekend we'll have a few people, and the next weekend I'll be sitting for 2 hours by myself. He got booted.
Down the red button.
I'm telling you, you got to get her a keyboard and an old phone, and she'll be happy.
She's like, "Hey, I'm out of here."
Yeah. I'm tired of looking at this old crookedy man. Hey,
She's
Mary, how are you doing this morning? Good to see you, girl.
Grand Rising Mary. Are you gonna come up here and say hi to this little girl? She likes that feminine in the morning. Bless
Oh,
you.
bless you. It sounded just like a moosey sneeze, exactly.
Oh man, I wish I had that on record because that was the greatest of all time.
You're breaking up again, man.
That was the greatest sneeze I've ever done.
Yeah, and then try to lie about it.
That was, I mean, that honestly, it was my broadcasting gold right there. I'll live
It was,
forever, and
but you didn't want to, confess to it, though.
that's the funniest part. I think I was smoking for like 3 hours before that sneeze, so
Yeah.
I was lit. It was like, trying to hold that sneeze in, and then all of a sudden it just.
Well, a sneeze is just like a miniature climax, right? You know how that is, right?
That's
What do
funny.
What do you do? Well, think about it. What do you do when you climax? You build, you build, you build, and you explode. What do you do when you sneeze? You build it up, and then you explode.
That's pretty true. It's pretty true. Let's
I
see.
got a couple nuggets of wisdom in there somewhere.
Mary, it's safe up here. It's safe. I promise. There's a little bit of crying, but she wants mama.
uh, she's still sleeping.
Nah, she. I kicked you out with the dog because she wouldn't poop for me. That has nothing to do with the program.
Not inspired.
Look, Larry understands I have a life. If you need me, he knows. He understands.
That's right.
You called me up, miss.
Hey, what's going on, Mary?
I have a cold, so if I don't sound right, that's why.
Be gone with you. Be gone.
Don't you dare get us sick coming into the coffee shop with a cold. How dare you?
Without a muzzle, too.
Yeah, you better get your muzzle in the leash on because this is not happening today. I am not having this.
21 leashes. Oh my gosh. How you doing, Larry?
I'm here. I'm alive, so it's got to be good, right?
He almost thought he woke
Absolutely.
up in a nightmare, Mary. He's been here for an hour by himself, twiddling his thumbs, not doing much of nothing. Then I show up and he's like, man, it really is a nightmare.
You probably didn't even knock either. You were just like, boo.
Yeah, you're right. I actually didn't even say anything. I clicked the button and I was like, I'm coming in.
I think there's a crack in my door.
Uh-oh. Is that how people keep getting in?
Well, the crack lets some in, keeps some out. You know how that goes. Some get stuck in the crack.
Yeah, I've heard that happen. Yeah. Look at bouncing baby girl. Oh, bouncing baby girl. Oh my goodness, how adorable.
She's all fired up this morning. She's watching my wife look at advertisements on Facebook. Things we don't need to buy that Facebook wants us to buy.
Yeah, and you got to watch who's advertising on Facebook because some of them are scams.
Most of them are.
Like I before this is how I found out. I saw this like coolest set of boots like for the winter in my life. I'm like, holy crap, I'm gonna buy a pair. That pair never came, and I never got my refund back.
Yep. Same thing happened to me on Facebook.
It wasn't me that she wanted.
We bought a bird feeder, right? And it looked like the bird that was on the feeder was like 10 times bigger than the feeder that we got in the mail. I was like, how the hell is this supposed to feed a hawk when it's like the size of a little, like one of those little tiny birds, and then I was talking about hot tubs because I love hot tubs. I'm like, oh man, we need a hot tub. And then all of a sudden it comes up, inflatable hot tub, only $149.99 right now. I was like, there's no way in hell that there's a fucking hot tub that is functional.
Your foot might fit in it.
Man. But I almost did it. But then how the best way to figure out if it's a scam or not, you go type into Google, type in whatever company it is or whatever website it is, type the website without putting .com and then put, is this legit? And it'll come up scamdetector.com and it gives a rating of 1 to 100. Well, most Facebook ads are like between 1 and 10, and that leaves like 90% of the people get fucked.
Yeah.
Why do they allow shit though? How can that be? What is Facebook getting out of that?
They get paid. You don't pay for it, Larry. You
yeah.
don't pay for Facebook except for your information. Now, see, these companies, they pay Facebook to advertise, and so they're partners. They're not going to turn on their partners, even if their partners are crooked. See, now they'll throw me in the hole for 90 days and leave the key somewhere. Now, these guys, I've reported them before, and Facebook sends you an email that says, please don't do that.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. That's against our terms of service.
Well, what happened with me is I tried to buy an electric scooter. I thought it was like way too cheap, but I'm like, I can't pass that thing. And when I looked at the ad, it said it was sponsored. And then after I paid for it, all of a sudden the ad was there, but it wasn't sponsored anymore. And Facebook's all like, oh, well, we can't help you because they're not sponsored. And I'm like, well, they were sponsored. And I'm like, how come you guys don't check these, companies out a little bit so we can get protected? And they're just like, well, that's why we sponsor them.
Yeah.
You know what I heard yesterday? That there might be a Twitter, YouTube, Facebook consolidation.
Where'd you hear that from?
Hold on, let me think real quick. Maybe like Mike and Cindy at E Arts or something. Like somebody I've listened to a lot. So Apparently,
Uh,
that's starting to go around the grapevine.
I can
Well,
see I can see some advantages and a lot of disadvantages to that.
bring her back. Yeah, what's up, my little love love? Whoa,
Here
whoa
she is,
there.
good baby girl.
There is the baby. Look,
Here she
hey,
is,
where's?
little Miss Sunshine.
Ooh, look at that cactus. So,
Little Moosey,
ha-
little Moosey, little
Little
Moosey, you
heard
Missy.
that?
got to
Yeah, little
smile. You got
Missy.
to
Come
Here she
smile.
is, little Missy.
on, these
She
people
looked
are.
right at you, Larry, too. She knows who her Uncle Larry is.
She knows. So, have you guys heard of Minds.com?
Uh-uh.
Like
Okay, so
minds? Like
Minds.
mind or
Like,
like mine?
so
Oh, okay.
I've been a member there for like 5 years, right? And it's kind of like Facebook, but ghetto. And they give you tokens on the blockchain. These tokens are pretty much useless now because everybody who has been on there is getting more tokens, and they made it even more useless because anybody from Twitter, like what's his name, Steve Poole or Tim Poole or whatever, people like that, if they link their account with Minds, they would get 25,000 tokens, right? Well, they integrated a system where you can post on Twitter and it'll automatically post on your Minds page. So it's like an empty shell of what it used to be. Like you can just go to Twitter, post your thing, and you never even have to log into the Minds site. So when you bring up this whole like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram and stuff thing, it makes perfect sense because Facebook and Instagram are the same now, and now they took over Minds, which was supposed to be an independent, like censorship free kind of thing, and it's part of the whole plan. But this brings me back to the slave link. So last night I was at the movie night, and I get a tap on the shoulder. Right, you guys have to type this into Google and see what the Starlink looks like. It's like a bunch of little dots in the sky, and I guess this is them launching it off. But it looked like some alien crap going through the sky. I was stunned because I didn't have my internet on at the time, so I couldn't look it up. But I mean, I'm telling you, it was like the size of a ruler going through the sky with all these little dots, and they were all perfectly formed. So I could see all this crap coming together because that's how it's supposed to be. We got to have our social credit score and all that, you know. How else are we gonna have social credit if we have free speech?
I really don't want to link my social medias. Like, to me, they're two separate entities. Like, I kept Facebook so that I could get calls to back east, to family on the East Coast. Most of them don't even know about my YouTube, so I would be a bit irritated if I had to connect them too.
Well, at least if they're all going to be interlinked, we should have a choice of what we want to put where.
Right.
Sometimes
Well, I think that's the word right there, Larry. It's that word choice, and they want to take it from us.
well, they've been doing that for years.
Yeah,
That's the old saying, you do as we tell you, not as we do.
as we do. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. And I think they're counting on people to make trouble in the social media realm. You know, I think they literally count on that type of chaos.
Well, especially now because like during this whole like scam stuff, they were banning all of us, right? Because we had some like, hey, don't go out and do these stupid things because you know that's kind of dumb and you should probably wait. So they're banning us for that, right? And now it's free reign. I haven't gotten banned since.
And you know what's funny? I was in South Dakota in 2016. There was I want to use the right word. demonstrations that the indigenous did not want a pipeline going through their land. And what clued them in was that it was supposed to go through Denmark first. But Denmark is a big white privileged area, so they didn't want the pipeline. They took it to Standing Rock. And from the beginning of 2016 to the beginning of 2017, I was on it. Like, I couldn't be in South Dakota, but I could bring awareness to people, you know? So I was on it. I was getting news agencies like NBC, CBS, putting complaints against me on Facebook, because every time they put a fluff story out, I'd send a link like in the chat to the Standing Rock demonstration. And I did that for almost a year. And you're right. Once they win the war, or in their minds win the war, they just don't give a crap anymore.
It's gone. It's like, oh, we've already, like, we're moving on. It's like the BLM thing too. Like, if you said something about BLM while it was going on, while the cities are burning, it was all bad. Censor you up. All of a sudden, it's like 2 years later, if you say something about it, it's like, oh, who cares? Who cares?
Yes.
It only matters happening.
Well, it only matters until they can scrub the information, because that's really what it boils down to. Is taking the information out of people's hands so they don't feel they need to demonstrate or speak up or do anything about stuff. So, like, I did research on my local town here, and I wanted to show them what happens when there was a 200th anniversary of the Santa Fe Trail, at the same time as the governor making Fisher's Peak a national monument. And this town only holds 8,000 people. So I went to the tourism board, because that's who's doing all this. And I brought up a paper about 30 years after tourism meets homelessness, Los Angeles, California. So I was telling him the consequences of what happens when you ignore a situation like that. And the first question the board asked was, where'd you get this information?
Yeah.
And I was like, I put it in the search engine and I looked it up like every other average person in this country. They wanted it served on a silver platter, but what I realized later is, I bet you they can't even find that article.
Well, and what gets me is you can use their own information and then they'll tell you that it's misinformation.
Yeah, oh boy, you can't get me madder quicker than for that to happen. Absolutely.
Well, actually, I gotta say something about that, because a couple weeks ago I posted a statistic online, right? And they fact checked me with the wrong numbers. Totally, like, the number wasn't the same. The number was like double what I had posted, and they said this is false information. I'm like, how? I didn't put that. That's not what I said. How are you? How can you fact check something that's not there? Like, how can you lie about that? That was pretty funny.
Said a joke. I said a joke one time. What the heck was the joke? It was something like, crap. Like, when karma comes around, this wasn't it, but it's something like it. It was something like, when karma comes around, someone needs to beat her ass. Yo, they put me in jail for that because of suggestive violence. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not even a person.
Gosh.
Facebook jail, yeah. Go ahead, Miss.
Oh, yeah, the other day I logged into Facebook because that's how I talk to my family and stuff. And all of a sudden it's like, guess what?
That's a
Well,
face.
I think Moose is frozen.
The other day he was all trying to talk about how he went to the drugstore or something. And every time he started to tell the story, they'd sit there and mess with him. And then he said he went to go
Oh
get
my
some
God,
bottles of
really?
water. Talk.
Wow. There you are. All right, tell your story. Oh, maybe he's got to come back in. So, yo,
Yeah,
I they tried to put out that elderberry killed this woman who that was sick, that was in the hospital. So I read the whole scientific report, like word for freaking word, verbatim. And I called them out. Like every time they shared that information, I went on where they shared it and I put my own information in the bottom because they did this paper on a 90-year-old woman who was already in ICU. And I was like, that elderberry would never work, just like giving her a 10-course meal would never work. She was already dying. Like, how are you going to blame elderberry for that? I got in big trouble on Facebook for that one.
What were you saying, Moose, before you got. Are you frozen again, damn it? I think he is.
Frozen again. Wow, I really want to hear that story now because now they've messed with you twice.
Oh, it happened yesterday for like a half an hour.
What? Really?
He kept trying to say it and kept trying to say it, and every time he started that one sentence, he'd flip him out, and then he started talking about bottles of water, and they let him talk. There he
Wow, that's
goes
when you
again.
know it's truly manipulated.
I know
And
somebody
it's
that.
not his 2 minute. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I know somebody that was showing some Pfizer documents that was from CDC, and it was CDC information, and they just basically, showed their information. Damn train. And they got blocked for 90 days because they used CDC's information, and they said it was misinformation.
Yeah,
But yet
I've
it
had
came
a
from the
few of, and that
CDC
doesn't even
website.
make sense. Like, is AI seriously running it already? And AI doesn't know the difference between sarcasm and humor and repeated information from a legit or quote unquote legit source.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, the whole thing is that they didn't want to release any of that for 75 years, and it seems kind of funny that they picked that amount of time because they knew everybody would be dead by then. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah, they didn't count on people and their research skills. So I did research. I kind of found out about something was coming down the pike in like October and November of 2019. So I started doing research. And I didn't research any diseases or anything. I researched stories of survivors.
Now
And
they're
that's how I
messing
wound
with
up
you.
getting are they really? And I haven't moved an inch.
You're fine now, but they were messing with you.
Well, got my fucking phone. There we go. Can you see me now? I dropped my phone, Larry.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. When I have a strong belief in not believing something, there's a real fucking reason why. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if someone fucking runs over your foot, are you gonna stand in front of their car again and let them do it twice? I think not.
Well, I'm really hoping they got this thing. I think it was in Taiwan or somewhere over there where this princess died. Or no, she was in a coma. And they said that she was in a coma for bacterial infection. And then they found out that they lied to her, lied to the public because it was like 3 weeks before she got the booster. And then after 3 weeks after she got the booster, she went into a coma. And this one doctor found out that she went into a coma because of the booster. And the king or whatever the princess found out that they lied to them, so now they're gonna drop the contracts, with Pfizer and all them. And if they do drop their contracts because they gave the people false information or whatever, then that opens the door to them getting actually sued. And once that door gets open, we might have maybe some kind of recourse.
Well, there's
Right
already a
now,
vaccine injury court. Did you know that it's a very specific court in and of itself, vaccine injury court?
yeah, but right now there's nothing we can do to them because the government gave them carte blanche.
Yes. Right, right. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely, yes.
And it's like, how in the hell can a government say, "Oh, we don't care what happens to anybody and everybody," you know, we
That's
just
what I've
want to
been
make
trying to
money.
get people. That's what I've been trying to get people to understand, that we've all been given information from an entity that doesn't give a hoot about us. So when is the pretense going to be dropped so that we can all talk about things moving forward? Like, I'm so tired of people picking my words apart before I ever finish my thought process, because we do need to think outside society. Wouldn't you agree, Larry? I mean, you're older than me. Haven't you seen this stuff coming?
Oh yeah, well, kind of like with, I'll use this in a general term. Most of us, we hear things, and sometimes it really hits us hard, and then we hear things and it kind of makes us go, huh? But then we get caught up in life and all the turmoils of life that they put upon us, that we
Uh,
kind of forget or put it on the back burner until it's thrown up in our face again. And then when it's thrown up in our face again, it's usually too late.
right. Well, and I think being raised in a society like this, I think it tries to inject a bit of arrogance in all of us. And I've even found myself get arrogant about my own knowledge instead of aware, instead of understanding I don't have all the knowledge in the world. So I've had to, because I'm from New York, I'm very aware of how people perceive me, and I don't want to be perceived like the average New Yorker. Like, I do stop and I do listen to others,
Yeah.
because we all got
I'm,
a lot to learn. Huh?
I'm watching her dog outside, trying to figure out if he wants in yet. I usually don't let him out this early, but I didn't take him for a walk last night because she's not feeling good again. She slept all day yesterday, and so he wanted
Um,
out early. I usually don't let him out till it's light time, but I figured he had to go.
mm-hmm.
My dog's got a bladder of steel. I swear that dog can go 20 hours without having to pee sometimes.
I try to train my dogs to be that way, just in case I ever am away that long. I don't see myself being away that long, but I like to train them to be able to, because it's just humiliating for them to poo and pee in where they live, right?
Yeah.
My old dog Buster, the one that passed last year, he would find a paper on the floor or something. If he had to go, he would find something to go on. He wouldn't just go on the floor. He was the weirdest dog I ever had.
Yeah, her dog, I guess, when, like if she can't take him for his night, she usually takes him out for a nightly walk around 7 o'clock. If she can't do it, he'll have accidents. But when he has accidents, he goes on like pee pads that are surrounded by
Nice.
the cat box. So at least
Oh,
he goes on the
gotcha.
pad. He knows better to, just go on the floor or whatever. So that's cool.
Yeah, smart boy. Smart
Oh yeah,
boy.
they're a lot smarter than we give them credit for. They understand a lot
Hmm.
more things than we realize.
Yes. So how's it been having Anna with you? You must be on cloud nine having her with you so long, huh?
Oh yeah, it's been cool. I just wish, this health thing would get nipped in the butt.
It's not good. Not good at all. People down here are getting sick and they've been sick for weeks.
She's been sick basically for 3 months now, almost straight. Just been going back and she'll get a little bit better and then it gets worse again.
What happened 3 months ago? Did she do something different?
Well, she's been fighting it basically for the last year and a half, but it seems like 3 or 6 months ago that it just got worse. And like I said, she'll start to get better and then all of a sudden like a switch will flip and then she'll be worse again. It's weird.
Ouch. I wish we were closer. I have a herb shop in the town north of me that, I mean, it's supplied me for the last 5 years. Every herb I've needed has been at that store.
Yeah.
Because I have issues too, like, you know, besides physical and stuff. I had elevation sickness for almost 6 months when I moved here.
Wow.
Has she ever tried like the medicinal marijuana patches?
She can't.
Is she allergic?
No, she gets tested
Oh.
because she's on that prescription stuff. They test her for, I think it's like 87 different things.
Holy shit, are you serious?
I mean, that could be an exact, I know it's at least 50 something.
Wow. It looks like they're still messing with Moose too. He barely got that sentence.
Well, what's
before he was
weird-
gone again.
What's weird is I know quite a few people that are on that pain, they call it a pain management system, basically. And most of them get tested, you know, to make sure, oh, they're not smoking marijuana or whatever. But then I know some people that on their contract that they say that they can use marijuana and the pills too.
Right.
So it's like, it is possible. You just got to find the right doctor, but I just think
why
it's
are they
bullshit.
managing her pain instead of solving her problems? That's how I piss doctors off a lot. Is doctors are supposed to help with the problem, right? Not just manage the pain and ignore a problem. So that's why my orthopedic doctor finally was like, nope, surgery ain't gonna fix it. I bet surgery could fix it, but because I refuse their pain management, they won't help me.
Yeah. See, because then the only reason they're pushing that pain management so much is because they make money off of it. They get kickbacks, they get incentives, they get, you know, this, that, and the other, and
yeah,
it's all about the fucking almighty dollar.
I made sure to make that a part of my social security.
Now they're messing with you
me to go
again.
back to work.
Yeah, I couldn't hear
God
anything
damn
you
it.
said. They were roboting you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the problems with my back is from childhood abuse, the nerves that split and go down each of the legs, it's getting pinched. So eventually I won't be able to feel my legs. And they want me to believe that there's nothing they can do about that. And I don't believe it. I believe I'm too fucking poor to do anything about it.
You see, that's kind of like when when she was like, I don't know, I think in her early teens, 20 maybe. I don't know. I know she was pretty young when she got shot in the back 3 times by her ex-husband. And then, she lived with that for 20 some years almost. And she was experiencing the same type of leg pain you're talking about. She couldn't, hardly walk and do basically anything. And so then she got that back surgery where they fused her back with this fucking double T thing, fucking, metal thing, and it didn't really help her back that much, but it did bring some of the nerves or feeling back into the leg so she can walk a little bit better. She just can't do it for very long.
Right. That's where, yeah, if I walk for too long, yeah, I'm laid up the next day.
Well, and what gets me
Not
is,
like my,
she's been trying to get on Social Security for over, I think it's like 10 or 12 years now. And it's like, she's got this back problem because she was shot in the fucking back, plus, all this other bullshit that she's got. I mean, she's got some, bad stuff wrong with her, and they're just like, oh, well, you can do this and you could do that. And, but
has
then,
she been to court with Social Security at all?
yeah, she's been denied like 4 times.
Holy shit. And does her lawyer file the appeals?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's how I won mine, was filing an appeal. I reapplied and then I appealed their decision. I told them why I appealed their decision and they shot it to court.
Yeah, I got appealed. I think I got denied twice. And then the third time, they scheduled my court date, and then something happened, so they couldn't do my court date. And then my lawyer was there for somebody else, and I guess it finished early or something. So he's like, hey, can I bring something else up? And the judge let him. And I guess the only reason he brought my case up then is he just received some paperwork showing that Social Security basically pulled bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And after he showed him this information, that's when I got approved. But by then, for me, it was like 9 years. It was like 9 years for me to get it.
Right. And for me, it was, let's see, I got it in 2015. No, I got it in 2017. 7 years. But I fought him. Like, I fought him tooth and nail. I didn't use a lawyer until the very last time. And even then, the judge didn't even like the lawyer. She got so pissed off at him that she's like, you know what? Forget it. I'll do it for her.
But you know what? I've known quite a few people. It's like, I know this one guy, he was a drug addict. He had he had hepatitis, and he had psoriasis of the skin. And he got approved the very first time he put his thing in, and he had his first check within 30 days.
Damn,
and I see that over and over and over again. These druggies, they'll give them the damn druggies, a check, no problem. But a person that has problems and mental and physical, problems, that, oh, well, you're okay.
I had double cancer. I had 2 different cancers and 2 different breasts. Had to have a double mastectomy. And they're like, no, sorry. The judge got so mad when she freaking read my whole thing. She got mad at the attorney didn't do any extra, that she wound up getting me like double the amount of back pay.
Yeah.
Just from the judge, So every once in a while you can find a good judge, but wading through the system is really where people get caught up, and they get sick and tired of wading through the system, being told no over and over again.
Well, and the thing that gets me too is they'll only go back 3 years, but why is that when it takes them 8 or 10 years to do your case? Why aren't they responsible for that whole fucking time? How's it your fault that they took 10 years to do whatever they need to do?
Exactly that. And you know what? When I got mad, Larry, I'm going to tell you the truth. I got mad when I was in history class sometime in my indoctrination years. And they're like, yeah, and you can't sue the government. And I was like, wait, what? So that the government can fuck up left, right, and straight, and you can't sue them?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, no. I mean, you might as well call it a mob. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing of the whole irony about it too is even if you can make, lack of better words, the government responsible for their actions, they're not really responsible for their actions anytime because we're not suing them, we're suing ourselves because that's where the money's coming from, is from
Yes,
us, not from them. I
yes.
honestly feel anybody, especially in the law enforcement field, they should have to have independent insurance. They should have to cover themselves with
Just
independent
like doctors.
insurance. So
Yes.
if they fuck up, that they have to pay for it out of their pocket, and the insurance
Uh-huh.
company's got to pay for it. So then, if that happened, the insurance companies would be all like, "Hey, we ain't gonna cover this motherfucker anymore because he's fucking killed 20 goddamn people or whatever."
Well, that's I
And then it's
said
got to
that
come
is
out of their pocket, not ours.
that's the motivation for defunding the police is to get that private money out of there, because then they're just hired police for the rich people when they accept private funds. That never used to be a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, they say, "Oh, well," and I don't know how this ever began in the first place. Is we have a supposedly entity that investigates the police department, but it's part of the police department. So how can you make judgment against yourself? Basically, that's not possible. You
Yes.
need a third independent organization that has no ties, no worms, no whatever, no incentive to
No
say
investment
this
into it, right?
person this person did right when they did absolutely wrong. It's kind of like all these damn shootings and shit. And it's like, what the fuck?
Hey, when I was in college, I got so irritated that anytime I saw the police doing wrong, I would call a department and complain about them. Like this one time, my girlfriend had nose surgery, and we had to go pick up her prescription. It was at night. So we're driving down this street that every other block there was a red light, and there had to be like 7 or 8 red lights all the way down this road. So it was like 9, 10 o'clock, so the lights were no longer in
Sequence?
time, right, in sequence. Yes. So I'm at a red light and I see a police car coming at me, getting ready to stop at the red light, the one I'm at. And the police officer turns its lights on to go through the red light, goes through the red light, turns them off. And he does this several times until we get a prescription, come back out, and he's sitting on the side of the road talking to another officer. And I'm like, he didn't just blow his lights 4 or 5 times just to pull over and talk to this officer. So I called the police department, and they tried making some real poor excuses. Something going on down the road, blah blah blah. And I'm like, listen, they have radios in their cars for that. When you abuse your right as a police officer to do certain things, I believe the public has every right to call you out on that. We're the ones putting the
Right.
monies. We pay our taxes. You know what I'm saying? Why can't we call them out? That was in the 90s, and they accepted that. So where are we at now in the 21st century where we can't call officers out now without the fear of
Well, it's okay that we pay their wages, but how in the hell can we expect to make them, responsible for their job? I mean, damn, what the hell are you thinking?
well, exactly. Exactly. Like, and that shift came somewhere in the 90s where citizenship and doing right by society didn't freaking matter. Like somehow that stopped.
Well, I think it actually even started earlier than that because I can remember honestly when they were called peace officers,
Uh-huh.
they were trained to shoot when they had to get their gun out, they were trained to shoot in the arm or the leg to disable, not to kill. And then
Yes.
after they became police officers, now all of a sudden we got to kill people. My
You
life
know,
is
it
more
was
important.
somewhere. It was
My
somewhere in
life is
the
more important than anybody else type thing.
right, right. But here's the thing: I was in criminal justice classes in the early 2000s. Like I didn't graduate till 2001. So even in the early 2000s, in criminal justice classes in a college. So I just want to get that straight. It wasn't with the police department. In college, that's what they taught you to injure, not to kill. You only use kill when you fear for your life.
Right.
So it probably is in the early 2000s. You're right. It probably is the way you're saying, but I think that happens once you sign your name in blood to go into policing. You know what I'm saying? That's when the hammer really comes down and they really tell you what they want you to do.
Well, I believe it happened way back in the 60s when we started rioting for all of our rights and freedoms and all these wars we were going through and stuff, and we started gathering together as a team instead of individuals, and they got together and go, hey, we need to do something about this, we need to set an example. And I believe sometime then is when it got changed because, these people are getting together and, we have all those people that, like Sly was saying, bringing bottles and bats and all those people are brought in by the damn government, I believe,
Hmm.
so
I know
then they
that for
create
sure.
this
So
chaos. And well, we got to handle the
the
chaos, so we must
movement,
kill them.
right? But here's the thing: I think you're absolutely right, and I think they realize that people who demonstrate aren't normally a violent type of person. And so they realize that they're not going to start stuff. So during I think the very first demonstration after George Floyd, I saw it with my own eyes. A saboteur. I don't claim to know where they're from. I did know that they were not a part of the demonstrators, was breaking windows. It was caught on film.
Yeah.
So, and now try and find that film, and you're not going to be able to find it because they whitewash all the evidence. You know what I'm saying? It was never there to begin with, but I saw it with my own eyes, and I think you're absolutely right. I think it did start when they realized, oh crap, these guys are taking the come together for real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're thinking unity instead of sheep. And we want them to remain sheep, so we got to keep you scared. So when we get together, we got to throw some people in there to create chaos. So
Hmm.
then we say, oh well, look at every time these people get together, chaos is going to happen. So we need to squash that in the ass right now because if we don't, then everybody's going to end up dead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it got very worrisome because I saw how deep and dark they went on the indigenous who were demonstrating. There's one woman doesn't even have her arm anymore because they had shot a concussion type grenade, but it hit her in the arm. And there's no
Yeah.
suing. There's who's she gonna sue? They got riot police out there with freaking war gear, tanks. They were shooting. They did
Well,
weather modification, huh?
look at the big riots we had back in the early '60s. They were really, violent and cruel
Yeah.
and
Well,
unjust. And like I said, I believe all those people that showed up there to begin with had good, thoughts and ideas and good motives. The problem is the saboteurs, and the saboteurs are always hired by somebody. Well, I don't say always, but I'd say 9 times out of 10 are hired by somebody.
yes, absolutely.
I mean, there
And
was, there was hundreds of people back then that were hurt, injured, and or killed.
yes,
And it's like, oh well, It's not our fault that they started killing and destroying property, and it's not our fault. It's always them. We just came up and cleaned things up. We were just doing what was
Mhm.
right. I got to go
Or
get.
what about them? What about in 20? I think it was 2016, maybe 2017. I don't know the exact date. When I heard this, but some of the protests that were going on, months after George Floyd, some of the attendees would say things like, "We found this pallet of bricks just dropped there, just dropped
Yeah.
like." Who would do that? There's no demonstrator. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do
Well,
something like
plus you
that.
know that. Well, plus you figure, okay, 9 times out of 10, the authorities get notice that there's going to be a demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means there's going to be police posted up. What in the hell
Mm-hmm.
police would let somebody bring a pallet full of bricks into somewhere unless they were told to leave them alone?
Exactly.
I got to go get the dog. I'll be right back.
All righty. Can't tell if anyone's in chat. I can't use the Wi-Fi.
Brr.
Cold out there, Larry.
Get out of there, cat. Get off my seat, you little shit.
It's keeping it warm for you.
Yeah, whatever. She does it to
or,
annoy me. That's why she does it.
or she's stealing the warmth you left there. You didn't fart there, did you? I mean, if it was warm there, she...
I always. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So I, the way I grew up, it was horrible, and funny enough, like you almost had to ask permission to even pass gas. So
Yeah.
once I left that household, after so many belly aches from holding gas in, I'm like, I'm just gonna let it rip, and that's how I raised my kids. You better out than in, they say.
I can remember times when I was younger, I'd be in a store and I'd have to, fart or whatever, and I'd clear a whole damn aisle away. People would be all looking around, what the fuck? And I would run away, die laughing.
Last weekend, we had to stop at the bank, and my son let one rip. I have never been chased out of my vehicle before, but good God, I don't know what he ate. Poor hot boxing was stuck in the back seat. She probably felt like she was in a Dutch oven. She said she was dying inside a little bit.
Just a little, huh?
Oh my gosh. So I think I've told you before. Like I like to observe a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'll observe people who we think may be a saboteur or likes to start stuff. And I think because this is a new type of communication for most of us older people, like I just want to reiterate how important it is to be sure you know who you're talking to, you know?
Yeah. I think it's kind of weird because I was looking at all the different places that watch me, and I actually have quite a few people in Korea and stuff that watch me.
South Korea, I hope.
Yeah, I could look again, but yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like one that really gets me is a damn. There's people in the naval base that are watching me.
Oh,
Triton
that's
Naval
creepy.
Triton Naval Base.
That, I wonder if that's the place where they listen to everybody.
I don't know. Could be.
Wow. Now I'm going to have to look. But see, I haven't done very many lives. And on my YouTube channel, I just basically show people what we're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. I got 54 from Phoenix, Arizona.
Hmm.
This is the lifetime of my broadcasting.
Oh,
54
okay.
from Arizona, 37 from Georgia, 33 from California, 21 from Seoul KR 41.
Seoul, South Korea, right?
I think so. Chicago, 20 from Chicago, Illinois, 14 from High Bad IN slash TG. I'm not
Mm-mm.
Indiana something TS or TG. What would that be?
I don't know.
I got 13 from my hometown, 13 from White House, U.S., Tennessee, 11 from Bangkok, Thailand,
Huh.
11 from uh, Bella something in INKA. I don't understand how it can be two different places in the United States. That doesn't make sense. But then I got 11 from Bangor Trident Base, U.S. Washington. That's a big, huge. That naval base is huge.
Oh,
11
that's
from
creepy.
11 from Niagara Falls, California. ON. Vancouver, CABC. 10 from Memphis, Tennessee. 21 from Seoul KR number 11. And then that's it. It's
Wow.
like 4,000 views
I
altogether.
don't know if I want to go look at mine.
When she heard about the places overseas, she's like, that's scary. And I'm like, well, to me, the people in Korea or whatever is as scary as, to me as the damn Triton base.
Yeah, that is scary. Absolutely. And Americans live all over the freaking world, so it wouldn't be too much of a leap for you to have viewers somewhere else, you know?
Well, who's to say that they're not, the people in Korea aren't part of that Triton?
Absolutely. Or the ones in Tennessee.
Yeah. I've never seen that double lettering though. It's like, INGA. What the hell is that?
I don't know. I used to be able to decipher lettered things pretty easy, but they've come up with so much since the internet, you know?
Yeah. I wonder if it's like a subdivision or incorporated area, kind of like what I'm in.
Right, because we know they listen in. So one of those things that you're looking at is definitely something, right?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. Is it's maybe I'll search that later on, see what comes up. You know, like the INGA or whatever.
Right, right.
Moose said he was going to come back, but he must have got caught up with doing something.
Yeah, baby's up. Maybe she had to have breakfast or something. Maybe she
Yeah.
peed on him again.
Yeah, a couple days ago he said, I don't know where all that came from, but she flooded everything.
I just laughed because my first daughter was like that, and it didn't matter what she put in her diaper, that shit would leak on me.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Every time with my kids, every time we used Pampers, they'd get a fucking rash.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I hated it. So I called the local animal shelter to get help with rehoming the babies.
Yeah.
They're pieces of crap. They probably sold their soul already. They just built $1 million building and they're literally turning people away. No one, like, when I asked for help, she's like, I can see if there's a little bit of kibble out back. Bitch, who you think you're talking to? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to like go to a parking lot or something and try to rehome them because the local shelter is crap. They just built $1 million building, Larry.
Well,
A
we're here to help
million,
you. We're here to help you, but we're not going to assist you.
exactly. We're just gonna demean you and put you down until you hang up. Like they're in $1 million building and their phone was crackling the whole time. And they're like, it's you, it's you. And I'm like, it's not me. I just got off a frickin' phone call. I know damn well it's not me.
Probably because
But that's,
they're probably fucking tapping it.
I think they're using a crappy phone on purpose to turn people away.
Could be hard to say. Or like I said, they're getting as much information as they can. You see,
I'm gonna leave a
what they're gonna do is they're gonna say, okay, hey, I got 20 dogs out here I need to get rid of, and they're gonna go, oh, she's got 20 dogs. That's 19 too many. We better get out there and find her some money. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, luckily they don't know who I am or where I am. I probably
Yeah.
would have brought my gun out. I probably would have brought my gun out because I'll tell you, I know how my mom feels in that way. Like, let a motherfucker come try and put me under a magnifying glass when I'm trying to ask for help. You know, that's just going to bring the warrior out in me. And I just clean my closets out so I know exactly where my guns are and everything.
Well, it's kind of like, I've known quite a few people personally that have had their kids taken away for like 3 dishes in their sink and their trash can half full. But then I've known
Mhm.
other people with trash all over the fucking house, mice, rats, roaches, all kinds of nasty things. And oh, everything's fine here.
Yep, I had CPS called on me because I had a trash bag in the house because we had problems with coyotes and stuff getting in the trash. So,
Yeah,
yeah, the CPS worker walked away just shaking her damn head. Couldn't believe that that's why she was called to my house. You know what I'm saying? Because of a garbage bag. The next day was the garbage man was coming. What am I supposed to do? Let it get tore up?
exactly.
Then you'd be
But,
coming here because you think I got a messy yard.
yeah, exactly. What are you doing putting garbage outside on your grass?
Right, right, right. 3 times I had to wait. 4 times I've had to fight the state for their bullshit on me and my kids, and all 4 times I won because this mama don't play. But no one should have to go through that. when there's still stories of abused and killed children, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are looking at the wrong freaking people.
They tried to fine us, I think it was $3,000 because we didn't have garbage service.
$3,000. That's insane. Yo, so one time me and my man got into a fight when we were younger, and you know how it is when you're younger, you're feeling your oats and shit, right?
Oh yeah.
And and the police were called because someone got scared. And when we're dealing with the consequences of this, they were trying to do the same thing to my husband. They wanted to charge him like $3,000, all this bad crap. And I went into the district attorney's office. I was pissed because all it was a verbal fight. It wasn't nothing more than a verbal fight. Okay.
Right.
So I said to the district attorney, I just don't understand why you're targeting my family like this. I know for a fact that a woman got punched directly in her face by her husband. The officers have pictures, and that man walks free to this day because you're doing nothing about it. And that person was like, not in my county. Yeah, I can give you the names. So if you're
Yeah.
going to punish us for having a verbal fight in the thousands of dollars, then I want you going after every single person you got in your files that had domestic violence. Go out and start arresting those people too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd rather drop the shit against my husband because they knew it was wrong. It was a verbal fight.
Well, it's just like when I was living in Foster, the guy I paid my rent to was a druggie, and I'd lived there probably 3 or 4 years and never had any problems. But one day he woke up, fucking wanting his shit or whatever, and he comes up and he asks for his money, and I'm like, well, I haven't gone to the bank yet. I'll go here in a minute. Well, I guess he got pissed because I didn't have his money right then, and he proceeded to go down to the house and grab a pair of cutters and unplug my power and then cut my cord, my $300 electrical cord.
Mm.
Well, when I came down to tell him, hey, I'm on my way to go to the bank, just as I saw him cutting my cord. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And he turns around and he has these cutters like an inch from my belly, and he tells me he's going to kill me.
Wow.
So I proceeded to take the cutters away from him and, handle the situation, for lack of better words.
I know you
But
did,
yet,
Larry.
but yet I was the one that went to jail, and I was the one that got charges for, assaulting him for protecting myself when these cutters were, like I said, less than an inch from my belly, and the dude's telling me he's going to kill me. And they're like, oh, well, you should have, walked away or whatever. And I says, oh, so I should have turned around and got stabbed in the back. That would have been okay, but to defend myself is wrong. And they did that for like 8 months. I had to go to court like 8 times, and
Wow.
the guy that did all this shit to me didn't have to show up once. And then finally, when it came to trial, we went all the way to trial, and he doesn't show up at trial, and that's when they decided to finally drop the charges.
Wow. Thousands and thousands of dollars wasted because they fucking backed the wrong team.
Yeah. Well, you see, what happened though is I was getting my cable hooked up, so the cable people, they were in a position that all they heard was a couple yelling, and the next thing they know, they saw me fucking lifting this guy over my head and slamming him to the ground. So to them, I looked like the aggressor. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm like, what they saw was true, but what they didn't see was these damn cutters at my belly within an inch, and the guy telling me he's going to kill me.
Right. And that's a real pattern of abusers too. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but like with my first husband, we would be at his family's house and he would be acting all fine and dandy, but he'd get real close and he'd whisper like the most horrible things. You know what I'm saying? So that
Right.
my reaction to his family was, oh my God, you got a crazy wife. But they didn't hear what he whispered in my ear 5 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that shit. And the thing is, people don't even ask questions to get to the truth. They just leap to conclusions thinking they know shit, and they don't.
Well, with me, I kept trying to say, well, what about, destruction of my private property? And they said, oh, well, we could get them for that, but at the same time, you're not legally able to protect your property like that. And I went, what? What do you mean I can't protect my property? That's my property, and it cost me $300 for that piece of property. How can I not be compensated or expect to protect it when I don't have $300 more to replace it?
Right. I just want to say hi, Nubs. I saw Nubs made a comment. Good to see you. That's the thing. It was that way in New York too. Like the statutes for protecting oneself on one's own property were so not on the owner's side. Like that's the first thing I looked up about Colorado is okay, can I protect myself on my own property?
Well, and what gets me is in a lot of cases, I know, especially in the cities, and from what I understand, it's this way basically countrywide. I had a dealings with code enforcement for a while. When somebody complained that I guess I was running a repair shop out of my domicile, which that wasn't true. Yes, I worked on a few cars, here and there, but I didn't have no auto repair shop. But anyway, they came. Somebody complained. They came by, and my boat was in the driveway, and I just put it in the driveway for a minute because I was rearranging, my vehicles, and I needed it in the driveway to get out of the way. When I put it in the driveway, it had the cover for the motor off because I was going to
Mm.
do a couple things to it. They came by and they took a picture of the motor off and says, "Well, see, you're running a repair service out of in your driveway or whatever." And I'm like, "No, I was storing my boat there for a minute and the cover was off. I wasn't even working on it." And they're just like, "Well, that's not allowed." And then they came by again about 3 months later, and there was this car that I just bought for $200, and it had a flat tire. So I took the tire and rim off and jacked the car up, to take the tire off, and then I let it back down, probably like 4 inches from the ground, so it couldn't, fall down and hurt nobody. They came by again, click, click. See, this does prove that you're repairing automobile work, stuff and this, that, and the other thing. And besides that, you left this car jacked up where a kid could get pinned underneath it. And I'm like, well, what the hell is a kid coming onto private property and wandering around underneath a car for? Where's the parents? What responsibilities do they have? It's all my responsibility. But it didn't
Right.
matter what I said or whatever. But then I found out then that your next door neighbor has more rights on your property than you do, because they're like,
Yeah.
oh, well, you can work on your car either one in your garage, which I didn't have enough. My garage wasn't big enough to put a car in plus all my tools, or you can put it in the backyard, but you got to have a 6 foot high fence so nobody can see the car. But yet, if your next door neighbor has a second story that can look into your backyard, and if they decide they don't like it, then you can't do it. So your neighbor has more rights over a person's property than they do. And once
I'm
you
here
get
to
that,
talk about water bottles, Larry.
I know, and water bottles get you every time.
I can't believe it.
Uh,
I can't believe
that,
it. But now I know your neighbors have more power over your property, and I know that water bottles have more power over the internet than I used to believe. From now on, I will sell water bottles and only water bottles on this channel.
Thank God we needed a sponsor, and Moose the water bottle man is perfect.
But the next question is it going to be called Moose's Miracle Water Bottle?
Oh no, we don't do miracles here. We don't do
Oh, damn it.
miracles.
They
How
See,
won't
about
even
miracles.
hydrate you. It's only to wet the inside of your mouth.
how about Moose's Spiritual Bottled Water?
Spiritual water bottles. It comes empty, and it will 100% fill you with the spirit, but it will not have any contents inside the bottle.
There you go. That sounds about right.
Yes, I love it.
Man, my internet was just messing with me out of nowhere.
Yeah, ours started to too. Like I was a robot, then Larry was a robot. You can't talk
Welcome
about real
to,
stuff, right?
yeah, the robotics show.
I do not know what you are talking about. But,
I
but,
I do not
but,
comply.
but, but, about.
Hey, but if you were yelling at me, I guarantee you they'd let you yell at me for 45 minutes and everything would be
Yes,
cool. You'd sound perfectly fine. You'd sound normal.
Yeah,
I
gotta love that.
noticed
Gotta love
that.
that. Hey,
The power of the hateful warriors.
And if you're a saboteur and you're making, stuff up, your signal is always freaking perfect.
yeah. I'm
That's
looking
the
forward to
problem with
later
me.
on
Maybe I
this
should have joined. I
afternoon.
joined the wrong team.
I'm looking forward to later on this afternoon. I'm supposed to hook up with my son, and he's going to show me how to do stuff on streaming and stuff, how to use OBS and stuff like that. It's going to be cool.
No,
Nice.
we're not talking about you and me being a team. We're talking about the team of people that talk about things that they shouldn't be talking about on the internet, or the people that just cause a bunch of drama. Because the people that cause drama never get censored.
Well, yeah.
Never.
Well, yeah, never.
Oh, you know how I start learning if someone's my kind of person or not? I ask them if they've ever been timed out on YouTube or Facebook, and if the answer is no, then I can't be friends with them.
Have you ever spent 30 days in Facebook jail? If not, we are not friends.
Yeah, make it like a government questionnaire. If the answer is no, go all the way to number 10, walk out the door, and don't let it hit you where the good Lord split you.
Oh, I found out. I found out what happened about my strike.
Oh, what happened?
Well, like I said, the last contact I thought the guy I had with the guy is he said, hey, you need to put a link in there and yada yada yada. And I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah, 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 I remember that.
so I'm like, okay, what link do you want me to put, and how, do you want me to put it? And then I guess he wrote me back saying, no, you got to take my video off your channel. I don't like my video on your channel. I don't want nothing to do basically with your channel, and yada yada yada. And I guess because I didn't edit it or take it down is why I got stricken. After he changed his mind and told me everything was cool.
Wait, so
Yeah.
so now he's angry at you again? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, he basically contradicted what he was saying. He was saying 1 minute, just put a link and stuff on your thing and let everybody know where the video came from. And I'm like, okay, how do I do that? And he came back, basically, fuck you, take my shit off your shit, and you better do it now. And I never got that until I came back and looked and saw it showed up somehow, because I kept looking and it wasn't there, and then all of a sudden it was there. So I don't know. But I
That's
got
how
like
you really know who you're talking to, though, because it's
86
not.
I gotta go 86 days without another strike.
Who cares, Larry? You know what I do? I create another account. I mean,
Yeah.
all you got to do is send the 5 or 6 people that come here the link and say, "Hey, I made Larry James 221 or 2, whatever you put it as." And say, "F it. Who cares? If you download all the streams onto your hard drive, then you'll have them forever if you need them. But honestly, do you really ever go back and watch the streams? Every day is a new day. We're here almost every day. There's 5 or 6 hours of it every day. I don't think you're ever going to go back and watch the videos. I don't know. I could be
I
wrong
have,
though.
no, you're mostly right. I've only watched a few, over again.
I have to go, guys. Love you all. Love you, Mount Nubs.
Have a good
You guys
day.
have a great day. I'll join you again.
Have
All
a
right.
wonderful day as well, Mary. I hope you feel
Thanks.
better soon.
Thank you.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
She didn't even let you finish that one.
No.
She's not even going to let the door shut.
No.
Yeah. So what my whole point on that is, I think what you should do is you should make another account, and you should ask YouTube to let you live stream, because it takes 24 hours before you have that ability, and then just go with it. You know what I mean? Have your second account ready to go, and if they strike you again, just leave this channel, go to the other channel.
Yeah, I got Welfare Jack ready to go.
It just, to me, I think you're taking it a little hard, and I understand why, because I would take it hard too. But at this point, you've got the strike.
The only reason I'm taking it hard is because, and I know this is a
The
fault
guy
of
was a
mine.
douche.
Well, I took the guy at his word, and that's, I guess, in some ways a fault of mine, but yet I don't think it is. I should believe in what a person's telling me unless they prove otherwise, which he did, I guess. But I don't know. That's the biggest thing is he tried to make it look like, everything was cool. I told him, like, hey, I'm just starting this, stream. I don't know much about it. And all I was trying to do is I saw a cool video and I was trying to share it. I wasn't trying to say it was mine or, whatever. I wasn't trying to take from you. I was trying to show you. And he's like, oh, everything's cool type shit. And then did a 180 on me. And that's what, kind of hit me out of the blue, I guess.
If you want, I'll go troll him. I'll go over there and I'll thumbs down every single video of his, and I'll wait till he goes on a live stream, and I'll get on there and I'll start telling him I'll start telling him all kinds of things. I'm good at that.
No, Nubs, this was about one of those Earthship videos.
Yeah, it's a silly thing, Nubs. Like, he's sitting here, he's like, dude, check out this video. It's cool. Look at these Earth ships, and, check this guy's stuff out. And then the guy emails him, why are you using my crap, blah, 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 blah. I think also what you could do is you could start your stream off with that 1976 Freedom Information Act or whatever the crap is. And it could be for educational purposes. So if you ever stream somebody else's stuff, you just have to stop it every couple seconds and be like, hey, this is what we think, or,
Well, that's the thing too, is in the last sentence, he's like, oh, well, I don't want, you need to edit it. So only part of my video is shown and this, that, and the other thing, or take it down totally. And I'm just like, well, and what's weirder is, like I said, he did that last message just showed up out of the blue because I kept checking and nothing was ever there. I kept thinking, why isn't he answering me back? He was really cool to me. Kind of, I felt understood where I was coming from, that I'm new and don't know, all the ins and outs and the do's and don'ts. And then he did a 180 on me, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And
it's the small PP syndrome. Small PP. You got that BDE, the BDE, all right, and you got that energy about you. and he doesn't have that energy, and so he had to do that to you. It ain't right. It ain't right what he did. He's a coward. He's an infidel. But you have to forgive him too. You have to forgive him because maybe he lives in one of those things, and that's how he makes his money.
Well, that's fine and dandy, but my point of view is from, I mean, I could be totally off base, but from my understanding, in no way did I try to insinuate that that was my video. I didn't try to insinuate that that was my work. I didn't try to insinuate that those were my words. It obviously wasn't me because I look a hell of a lot different than this person in the video. And I just kind of
What
felt, go ahead.
was it? Nubs is saying, is it that Aircrete guy? Is it Aircrete?
No,
All
I
right, we
can
need to
look.
know. We need to know the information, Larry. I don't mean to cut you off, but we need to know this information so we can go troll the hell out of this guy. We're gonna
All
take
right.
it to his door. He's gonna get thumbs down every single day now. Every single time he posts, I'm gonna post about how much of a coward he is. I'm gonna treat him like I was treated. Forgiveness will not be a virtue today, for we will troll the gates. Uh-oh. I think I got a diaper to change.
Okay, the video was called an Earthship like none you ever something before.
Okay, I'm gonna typing it in right now. I'm gonna check this bitch out. I mean, this person out.
It doesn't give the channel name. Hey Chuck, sorry I didn't see you down there, man.
That's all right.
Just
Moose,
don't let it
leave it
happen
alone.
again, right?
Leave it alone, Moose.
So I
Two
think I know
wrongs
what it
don't
is. His name
make, two
is
wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah.
Hardcore Sustainability. No, Hardcore Sustainable. You're right, Chuck. I should be an honorable man and leave him alone. So I
And the other,
probably
and you don't know how many times this has happened to this gentleman. He might be trying to make a living off of his YouTube. I don't
Are you
know.
saying this gentleman might be a victim?
A what?
Well, that's understandable, but like I said, I didn't try to imply in any way that that was my shit. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, he was all cool when I explained that I was new and didn't really, know all the ins and outs. And he's like, not a problem. You know,
Maybe he's an
just
alcoholic like me, Larry.
just put a
Maybe he's
link
an
in
alcoholic.
your video or whatever. And then I asked him, I'm like, what link do you want me to put? Do you want me to put a link of your channel or do you want me to put a link of the video? And then he never got back to me. And then all of a sudden he's all like, take my shit down or else, what? And I didn't receive that email till after he struck me.
Yeah. Who knows how many times he's been involved in arguing with somebody about his material? I don't know.
Well, my whole point is I felt that if he, wanted me to take his shit down or shorten it or whatever the case may be, he should have started out with that instead of telling me, oh, everything's cool, you just need to do this, and then turn back around and say, no, I don't want my shit on your shit at all, And that's where I got confused and kind of hurt.
Well, he could have been having a bad moment at that particular time and just said, screw it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think what happens is he was picking on an older gentleman who doesn't know how to use the internet as well as he does. And so that's why I think he deserves vengeance. But Chuck says to give him mercy. I think Chuck is living by a higher power. I'm going to have to go with Chuck's words.
Moose, look what happened with the other situation that you just got out of. Think about it.
I know.
Pretty sure I created this situation, so I'm gonna go have a nice I'm not going to be vengeful. I'm just going to tell him he's a piece of shit.
Well, that's fine, but to start trolling and making it a constant effort to dog him out, like what Moose was talking about.
I
well,
was
that's
just
gonna
playing
lead-
though. I wasn't really gonna do that.
And the
Oh.
funniest thing is, though, is I showed
Hey,
I showed probably a good 10 different
Stop
Earthship videos, and he was the only one that complained. I even think I showed a couple of the same guy's videos, and he only complained on one. And my biggest point of view is he led me to believe that everything was cool between us. I just needed to do one thing. And then I asked, well, what exactly do you want me to do? And then he struck me and then sent me an email telling me after he struck me that I don't want any of my shit on your fucking shit, basically. And that's
well,
what.
he had a change of heart for some reason.
Well, that's fine. At least give me a warning. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe his vagina
Nope.
started bleeding.
Well, that
It's
could
called-
be.
Yeah. You can't have expectations of other people. You'll be disappointed every time.
Well, like I said, my biggest, lack of better words, problem is I want to believe in people's words.
I understand.
I want to believe in when you tell me something, especially if it's something that has to consider about your livelihood, which I can understand, and you tell me everything's cool, and then, renege on it, to me, that's breaking your word.
You were promoting his ideas.
Right.
You were his biggest adversary at that point in time. And all of a sudden, his vagina started bleeding, and he didn't have a tampon, and so he made Larry his tampon.
Could be.
That's the way I felt.
I'm not going to go over and troll. I'm just going to go have a little bit of fun telling him what a piece of shit he is and tell him that his Earthships are crap. I've seen better.
It's okay to do that.
And if it is
I'm
his
just
business, if that is his business, I'm a businessman. No, you don't do that shit. Any advertisement is good advertisement. So if he really is a businessman, he's not a very good one.
I understand that.
Well, like I said, if I
Nubs.
could,
I say leave him alone, guys. Let's just let him die.
Nah, I understand where you guys are coming from, and I'm not going with vengeance. But what's right is right.
And there's nothing wrong with going over and making a comment or like that. But I was talking about the campaign to troll. That's just going to lead to ugliness.
There's definitely ways to troll that are more effective, and personally, commenting in somebody's comment section, sure. An email, a call to the Better Business Bureau. Now, these are things that are actually trolling. Larry, isn't this one of your sources of income, or are you not monetized?
no, I don't get any money.
Oh God! So he's bitching about this. Oh wow! What a fucking pussy!
I told him, I says I hadn't been on the internet for very long, and I, wasn't sure of all the ins and outs, and I apologized, and I told him, dude, I saw a cool video and thought I'd share it. And he's all like, yeah, not a problem, you just need to do this. And I'm like, well, how do you want me to do it? And then he didn't get back to me. And then I got the strike, and then he sent me an email telling me after he struck me that he didn't want my shit on my channel at all, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with this one. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, we all need that enforcer. You know what I mean? You're the enforcer of the group.
I wouldn't go that far, but
And Luce, how well did you know Harlow?
How what?
How well do you know Harlow, or did you know Harlow, Jack Harlow?
Harlow? No, not at all. Talcott,
That's-
I know Talcott very well. I talked to him in
That's
private.
not
a few
even
times.
his real name. His name's Jesse something.
Jesse Ryan.
You guys know his name. You know more about Harlow than I do.
Well, he put it out recently on Paul, but he's went off the deep end. He's not even around.
Fell off that
anymore.
Navy boat.
Well, he sent Paul like 3 emails saying somebody from the channel was telling them that they was going to kill him on his own property, and he freaked out and started emailing Paul, and hasn't been around since.
Well, even then, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not advocating for anybody, but nevertheless, if somebody says, if you were to say something to me, I'm not going to go after Larry for what you said.
Exactly.
That's just ridiculousness.
Were you guys there when he was at his house or whatever, and he was screaming out the window at the cops? So I mean, he was like, "These cops are on my property," and blah 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 blah. And he was getting all wild about it, and I kind of saw that he was kind of delusional at that point, like 100. Well, I mean, before that, but that made me like think he was 100% delusional. Because I was like, dude, there ain't even nobody there. He's like pointing the camera out the window, and I'm like, you look like you're on like a campus.
Harlow did that?
Yeah, it was like 5 months ago.
Yeah, I didn't.
Hey,
see
Moose.
that one.
Moose,
Yo,
check these out.
that's what I'm talking about, sucker. That's awesome.
I got my Taz ones on.
I've had these for years and shit, and I saw them on the in the closet, and I said, "Yep, those are the ones." If I find another pair, I'll send them to you. Yeah, there's a way to go about striking somebody, and you know, I could understand if we were sitting here talking shit. I could totally understand that. That's not what we were doing. We were advocating.
Or try to imply that it's your shit, and in no way or form were we doing that. Like I told the guy, I said I saw a cool video and thought I'd share it. It was simple as that. Like you said, I kind of took it as, any kind of publicity is good publicity, and I didn't try to imply that it was my ideas or my work or whatever in any way, shape, or form. So
You should have told him, "Look here, bitch. I fly around in my custom airplane, and you ain't nothing."
Yeah.
Hey, Larry, did you try to email him back and ask him why the change of heart?
No, I kind of figured it. His attitude was like I said, a 180, and I figured I was going to be spinning my wheels, and I didn't want to get caught up in that drama, basically.
Yeah, just let it go. There you go. Best approach.
And I got 86 days till that strike goes away. So I'm pretty. The only thing that kind of gets me is now I'm kind of scared to share videos.
Is that your first strike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like we said, or like Moose said, make sure you use the fair use and cut it up. If not playing the video, just using stills. There's so much things that we can do, or you can do. I say we like I'm part of it.
You are. All right. Here's
Also,
something.
To get rid of the strike, I told you, just make a new account. How many subscribers do you have here? We can get all those back in a day just by you making a new account. And then it goes away. Never happened.
50 subscribers.
See, we can get that back in a day or two.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway,
No, maybe about it. You want me to show you how it's done? I'll do it because I have 8 right now, and I'll show you how to do it.
He's only got one strike. As long as he watches
Yeah.
his P's and Q's, he'll be all right.
Yeah, but I don't want him to be afraid to view other videos and like play what he's got to have some creative direction here.
Well, he can still do that on this channel. Just do like Nub said, or like you said. You got to break it up.
all right, I got something. Yesterday I put up on my thing, and today I put up on my thing. Let's play a game, and I want Nubs to start off first. What I'd like Nubs to do is to tell me a truth or a lie, but it's got to be about his life, and it's got to be a whole truth or a whole lie. It can't be in between.
I'm confused.
So you want a whole truth of a story from my life?
Or it could be a complete lie, and we have to figure out if it's a lie or a truth.
Oh, see, that doesn't work very well because I don't lie. At least not intentionally.
You know what I mean. I think, no, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make us learn more about us and to see if we really, like if you tell us a story and it's a complete lie and if we think it's a truth, do you see what I'm saying? Or if it's
Right.
a truth or a lie and it is a truth or a lie, we got to see if we really think we know this person well enough to know if it's a lie or a truth.
Well, like I said, I'm probably not the best person because I don't intentionally lie just out of the goodness of my heart.
Well, you fall right over. All right,
If you're not going to do it, then somebody else has to do it.
go ahead, Moose.
Moose, it's a lie.
Yeah, I can pretty much tell you right there. It's like I don't know what to say about that. I'm not good at the truth or lie game.
Yeah, I've never been good at that game. I used to be a lying sack of shit. I really did. Back in like my high school days, dude, you couldn't take my word for fucking anything.
Fine then, damn you.
We got to
The
figure
reason
out a
I'm
new
so
game.
wise
'Cause-
now is because I was so dumb back then, and it's the antithesis, or it's the opposite.
It's called the School of
Oh,
Hard
okay.
Knocks.
That's
I
it.
will. I got one. So, never mind. I can't do it.
Too much integrity on this channel. We can't be lying here.
I
Well,
guess
I'll
we'll have to
say,
figure something else out, damn it.
when I said I was going to go troll that guy, I was completely 100% lying. I should have never said it. That was a complete lie. So that was my lie for today. Because
Well, I am
I'm
going
not actually going to go out of my way.
I am going to intentionally go out of my way, but not necessarily to troll per se, but just to give my opinion. Because you know about opinions, right? They're like assholes. Everybody's got one, and they all fucking stink.
Amen.
Yeah. Mine just smells like roses. There's the second lie of today.
You know, Walmart has that new product out called Poof. It takes the smell of shit and makes it poofy.
Poofy? What does poofy smell like?
I don't know. I haven't ever smelled it, but it doesn't smell like shit.
Well, don't you remember that old song that roses can smell like poo-poo?
Yup. So, Larry, I was talking to you about trolling over in that Christian chat.
Yeah.
And I was saying about how I was looking for things in the Bible or whatnot. I finally found it.
Oh, okay, cool.
I found my proof. It's found in Psalms. And the story is basically the Most High is talking to David, and he says that he will never change or amend his contract or his covenant with his people. So that means, and I'm very loosely paraphrasing, so look it up.
Well, we know
Look
you're
it up.
loose.
Well, loose lips and sink ships, you know.
Prison
Anyway,
time.
yeah, no. At any rate,
Yeah.
the scripture that I'm referring to, I was in the chat and I was trolling and I posted it, and they're like, "Oh no, that's not what it means." I was like, "Read the rest of the fucking chapter." Because the whole chapter, Psalms 89, is literally telling you that Jesus doesn't exist.
Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Like, it's some serious cognitive dissonance for me because I grew up in the church.
Right.
You know, but when I started looking into these things, I was like, all right, I need to find the lies in my life. You know, and I was looking to seriously do some good.
Right.
And all of a sudden I got on this track, and it was one thing after another. I've had conversations with my dad where I can hear my dad is just heartbroken. You know, however, with that being said, my dad's heartbroken just like I was, because the truth that we thought was truth is easily disbanded by further research.
Well, because
You know, and-
because it contradicts itself a lot, and that's what I have with the Bible. Like, you go to church, right, and they only tell you certain passages that go along, just like the government. They tell you what you need to know, so that way they can kind of guide you the way they want you to go.
That's exactly where I'm coming from. And, you know, when you're talking about the Bible, if you cut out that last part of it, that new part, the other part doesn't really contradict itself from my understanding. The Old Testament's pretty rock solid. It's when the Pisos and what's his name? Josephus is the only, to my knowledge, Josephus is the only person in history that actually wrote about Jesus Christ. So you have one reference, one obscure reference, and then all of a sudden they've made this whole religion and killed thousands and millions of people and stolen billions of dollars. But that's okay.
You know what I want to see? I want to see all the people that are engaged in, what do you call it, usury or usury or something?
Usury, yeah.
All the bankers and stuff. I want to see all of them get some righteous justice. That would be amazing. That'd make me feel so good inside.
Well, that means our government would collapse underneath our feet. I mean, if you really think about it, our whole system is set up on debt slavery.
Yeah.
All of our money is based off of debt, so we're always indebted to somebody, so we're always a slave to somebody.
Well, yeah. Duh.
Hey, Moose.
Send the bankers straight to hell.
Moose, did
Oh,
you
dude.
check on your property today up in Maine?
What are you talking? Oh, you're talking about the weather, and the wind speed is going crazy.
Yeah, and like the temperature of 103 or 105 below.
What?
Yeah, isn't that pretty crazy? Because I've never heard of temperatures that low before.
The only time I've ever heard of something like that is straight out of the Arctic.
So they're saying it's minus 100 degrees below zero in Maine.
Windshield.
Okay, so what's the actual temperature?
I think it's 5 right now.
That still seems kind of crazy. How can something from
Negative 5.
how can the wind from the Arctic be carrying that far? It'd have to be straight from the Arctic with that wind chill, wouldn't it?
I think that it was a program called HARP, but that's just my session.
No, harp is an instrument, a musical instrument, Nubs. I don't understand
Yes.
why you don't. I mean, it's a beautiful instrument.
Yes, it's a beautiful instrument of destruction.
I've heard about what you're speaking of.
You know, I can't be part of this. If you're not going to be part of the band and we're not going to play music together, then I just don't know if this is where I want to be anymore.
But the question is, what instrument are you going to play, Moose?
Probably the string. Have you ever seen Bushy One String?
Nope.
Bushy One String.
Oh man, I tell you to go play his music, but I don't want you to get another strike. Oh, you know what though, Larry? You don't get strikes unless the person actually like reports you. Like you can get a copyright claim and it doesn't go anywhere. All it means is that all the advertising goes to the person that claimed your video.
Yeah,
So,
I get copyright claims almost every time I play my son's music.
all right, so we need to check out the Bushy One String.
Who's copywriting the music from your son?
He's got a copyrighted on it.
It's automatic.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha.
But
So
what's
even though
weird-
he gave his personal consent, all of the there's no money that's made, so it's a moot point. That makes sense.
But what's weird is, from what I'm seeing, every time, like before I play his music, and if I say I have all rights and able to use my son's music in any way, shape, or form, he's given me authorization. I don't get a copyright claim, but if I don't say that, then I do. It seems like.
Have you guys ever had a cat that likes to eat toast?
I had a cat that eat anything that was on my plate.
This new kitten of mine, super cute, super full of spunk, and ready to eat anything. I swear we should have named it Garfield.
Yeah, my cat I swear it thought if it was on my plate, it had to be good. And I never found anything that I had on my plate that cat would not eat. It was the strangest thing. Wonder what happened to Chuck.
Well, this little kitten of mine,
They don't want
she
you
looks
talking
like a
about
wild
it.
animal.
They're making you robot when you started to talk about your cat again. I guess they're tired of the cat talk.
No pussies allowed.
Hey, I am what I eat. I'm a big pussy. Are you looking for that Bushy One String? Is that what you're doing there, Moose? Yeah. Did you find something?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you the link. It's good. You just have to chicken in the corn, man. Chicken in the corn. Dude, it is so good. Nah, it's Chicken in the Corn, honey. You got to listen to it. Some good stuff.
Chicken in the corn, huh?
I played it for you before. It's Bushy One String.
Huh.
All right, I'm sending it to you right now.
I thought it was something you made up, too.
I know. I thought it was kind of funny because it could have been made up for a second. What's up with that?
It
red
wasn't
dot?
made up. It popped up, Larry.
Damn it. Oh, I pushed the wrong thing, damn it.
Yeah, you got to watch out because sometimes the Bushy One String it might be a little too tough to string it, or you know, ding 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 da ding 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 da ding 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 ding. You got to wait for it to be flaccid.
She don't like it when it's flaccid.
Well, that's the best way to give it some give because when it's when it's tough, you can't be making that music. It's only 3 minutes long, so if you turn 3 minutes into like 10 minutes, it'll be good.
Those LED.
I swear they put these commercials on here too just to mess with you when you want to restream something. All
Well,
right.
that's another good reason to open up a new account because they'll send you a free premium trial for a month or whatever.
I didn't get
Here
one
we
with
go.
this. I didn't get one with this one. All right, so we got Bushy One String, Chicken in the Corn official video by Bushy One String. Subscribe,
This
like.
is for fair use. Fair use, fair use.
That's right.
We're gonna use this
For
for fair use, educational purposes. Yeah.
Educational and entertainment purposes only, not for the purposes of acquiring fiat currency.
There
We
we
have
go.
no interest in the fiat.
I am what I am. I am the day I am that I am. Exclusive.
Explosive. I'm gonna throw in some commentary in the middle.
You know my name is Brushy One String, you know. I've been to San Francisco, that's where I see my friend Pancho. He said, hey, One String, there's something you got to know, you know. I said, yeah. I went back on the side, so I asked where we go. We sing this whole country song like this.
Hey, you know what the best part about One String is? It's always in tune.
One String what?
It's always in tune.
Okay,
That's
but what does anybody know what chord that is?
Whatever chord he wants to make it.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I have no clue.
So neither one of you know about the chords in the guitars? I don't at all. That
No.
looks like the second string though from the
No,
left.
I
Yeah,
was
it is
thinking
second
about-
from the top.
I'm looking for a guitar, a cheap guitar or whatever that I can play with.
Yeah, right on. I only have rhythm in one thing, and that's the only thing I can get rhythm in. So I don't know,
That Motion in the Ocean.
something like that. Allegedly.
All right.
Larry, you know we were just talking about lying and everything.
Chicken in the corn. He's got this, man. This chicken in the corn.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I can't really understand everything he's saying, but
San Francisco,
I used to live by San Francisco.
Yeah, you say one swing, there's something you got to know.
I think I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna subscribe to this guy.
Dude, it's amazing, isn't it? Chicken in the cone. What about a cone? Bow. Chicken in the cone.
Why when you subscribe to somebody does it automatically go to personal instead of all?
Goes to what?
When you subscribe to somebody, it automatically goes to personal instead of all.
I don't know. I didn't even know there was a all.
Where we go, the seeds, chicken in the corn, when the corn can grow, mama, hey, when chicken in the corn,
Chicken in the cone. What a cone can grow.
when chicken in the corn, when the corn can grow, mama, hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow, hey, down need to bread, don't need to boat, I can rap before I feel it when I post to boat, but the music nice, so play them twice, on the roads and streets, and down like a bass. My name is Bushy, I'm a king of swing, so rap your music and let you sing, no, it doesn't really matter what people wanna say. I rap my music. Not on there.
Yeah.
I remember
See?
when I was really young, when I'd walk the streets of Seattle a lot, I'd go downtown and I'd see these old people playing spoons. And some of those old motherfuckers, man, would play a fucking spoon song and it sends shivers up my spine. It's amazing.
Have you
I'm
ever
sending
looked up the Spoon Lady
I'm
on
sending you
YouTube?
the spoon lady right now. Sending you the spoon lady. I got her too.
I've never seen that one, but yeah, the first time I seen an old man play spoons really good, it was like, holy shit, it's amazing what you can do with so little, you know. So do we want to finish watching this guy and then watch the Spoon Lady, or do we want to watch the Spoon Lady now?
Nah, you gotta finish Bushy One String, man. This is
All
some
right.
gold right here. This is gold.
My music not on there. Yeah. When chicken born, so the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken born,
Chicken in the
so the
cone.
corn can
What a cone
grow.
roll, yeah.
Born, so the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken born, so the corn.
Did you see that big dent in the bottom of that guitar?
Yeah, man, that's a well-used guitar right there. It's only got one string left.
Looks like a Fender to me.
See, this is the kind of music I want to make. People in the back singing too. All right, I gotta mute my mic because I gotta play this for my baby.
But the music nice, so we'll play them twice. For the girls are screaming out like mass. My name is Bushy, the king of swing. There's a rapping music and the radio sing. No, it doesn't really matter what people want to say. I rap my music. Night and day, yeah.
Make sure everybody goes check out Bushy One String. This is Chicken in the Corn.
When chicken in the corn, y'all. Get the chicken out your corn, y'all. Get the chicken out your corn, y'all. Chicken in the corn,
That was good old Chicken in the Corn.
You wonder what that guy could do with a full guitar.
Yeah, exactly. All right, now we got this. I wonder, I'm going to see.
Man. Singing that
Gotta
chicken in the
see
corn, man. Get me all hyped up. Got me good vibes today.
That's how you fold all them clothes, isn't it, Moose?
Well, yeah. Yeah. You gotta have some good stuff. And I'm not even joking. Somebody out there might be like, oh, he's being facetious. He's being sarcastic. Nah, man, I listen to that stuff all the time. I've been listening to Bushy One String for 9 years.
Damn.
I could see that. Have you ever heard Black Pumas?
Yeah, you sent me that video.
That's
You said to
right.
go
That's
check
right.
it
I
out.
did. That's right. That's my jam right there.
After that played, it played
Huh.
some like Frank Sinatra, like rap with like Biggie and then Frank Sinatra. That was pretty bad too. Why you being so cranky down there? My daughter wants to have some fun.
Gotta wait for this damn ad again. I only know how to add these things one way, so you have to forgive me. All right, so we got let's see here. Who do we got? We got Angels in the Heaven, Chris Rodriguez, and the Spoon Lady.
And this is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Fair use, fair use, fair use. That wasn't a spoon.
I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. Lord, and I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. And I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. Lord, and I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven don't sign my name.
What is that guy's got on his foot right there?
Quality,
No, here, I'll show you.
talent, ability.
Right here. No, look, right here on his left foot. There's some kind of metal thing here.
No, I
That's
see what
what
you're
we call
talking
a
about.
we call that a jingle jangle, brother. Jingle jangle. I don't know what they call it.
It almost looked like it's, I don't know. Weird.
Is it a foot tambourine?
Maybe.
Looks like he's got another drum back there. He looks like he's sitting on a foot drum.
That's what I was thinking, is it's actually actuating something else.
There's a foot drum and it looks like a tambourine. Yeah, it's a foot tambourine, and then he's got a drum on the other side.
Okay, yeah, I see that now.
I wonder who the first person to ever play spoons was.
It was probably a long fucking time ago.
Now I want to know when spoons were actually invented. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Right after soup.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first spoon that was ever invented was around 1000 BC. Okay, and these spoons
Okay.
definitely weren't made for playing spoons. So I need to see. I'm gonna type in for playing spoons.
I'd say the 30s and the 40s. That's my guess.
I'm thinking
20s,
100s.
30s.
Whoa,
Maybe
no, we're wrong. We're wrong, guys. Spoons
18
themselves are prehistoric, and you could say that there have been spoon players since around the invention of the spoon. Many
Wow.
ancient cultures played spoons. Ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans all played spoons, and a variation of the spoons called the rattle bones or the rhythm bones.
Wow.
That's some facts right there, folks. Some facts. Google it.
My question is what are they talking about? Egypt? Are they talking about old time Egypt or new time Egypt?
Yeah.
It says that 1000 BC, 1000 BC. So, and it says ancient Egypt. It doesn't say modern Egypt, and it says Greeks and Romans. And I mean, I don't see gladiators playing spoons, but you know, when you watch that one, what's that movie? What was that movie with the dudes fondling each other in Greece? I could definitely see them playing spoons.
Well, maybe they played the spoons before they, poked an eye out with them.
They were the spoons. They were spooning. You know, they always talk shit on Greece and how they were doing all this nasty stuff. But who are they? And do they have an agenda?
No way. Come on.
Hey, it's his story, man. His story, not my story.
I have a mystery, not my story.
I got a mystery for you. See, we're turning this day around, Larry. Turning this day around.
Yeah, because we know we can change.
Well, I can tell you when I first started listening to this, a lot of feelings and emotions came out because it brought back a lot of memories back in my childhood. Some good, some bad.
You know, I would rather listen to music that's not signed per se, like people that are just, that's their natural talent, than any of the stuff on the radio. Except there's one song that's on the radio that does go back to that whole talent, and that's Tom McDonald's Ghost.
I don't think I've heard that.
That is a phenomenal song. He's an independent rapper. He made the Billboard charts. He had the #1 song on the Billboard charts, and he's private.
Wow.
And he tells the producers of Sony and stuff like that to go fuck themselves. He's doing it on his own.
Right on.
If you don't know who Tom McDonald is, you should definitely look him up. He's a rapper, but this new song, it's called Ghost. It's a pop song. I don't even like pop music, and this is a badass song.
Man,
Yeah.
I've been listening to Tom McDonald for like 4 years now. He's cool. He's cool. Gets me in a lot of trouble though when you're bumping stuff like, you know, that song "Why So Stupid" or whatever. It's like, why do you gotta be so
I want to go
mean,
do some
Michael?
landscaping for Tom. You hear me?
I hear you, dude. I'm down. I'm down.
All right.
I
says
just
we got
want to
one-
do it because I appreciate his music.
Says we got one person in chat. Are they going to speak?
Oh man,
How
they're
can you speak
creeping.
in chat?
Anything's possible.
Maybe it's Tom McDonald.
You never know. Sometimes you speak people's names and they appear.
I think it's cool though when most of those the good spoon players, how they have all their arms and hand motions. It's like half of them they don't have to do, but I think it's cool because they do them.
It's the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, this is the breakfast of champions I'm eating right here.
What you got?
Sauerkraut and garlic-filled olives.
Ugh, I hate both of them.
Keeps me healthy.
Well,
Sauerkraut has a bacteria in it called lactillus bacilli or something like that. It makes your pee-pee grow.
yeah, right.
Extracted DNA from a strawberry.
Well, now we got two people in chat.
See, you start yelling at the chat, people start showing up.
If you want to hear yelling, I'll show you yelling. Chuck's back. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, I had
Hey,
to go-
Chuck, did,
I had to corral the chickens up.
Damn chickens. What are they good for anyway? Besides laying eggs, right?
how much are you selling those chicken eggs for now? Are you selling them for like $12 a dozen?
I give them away.
Well, that's beautiful.
I don't sell them. If they want to give me 50 cents for what it costs for the carton, other than that, I don't charge for it.
How much are you going to charge me for a chicken? I need some chickens.
The best way to get chickens is to order them online. They come through the mail.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Yep.
You
All
get
right,
a
Don't get your food from Tractor Supply for them because then, from my understanding, I could be wrong, but there has been reports that there's stuff
I
in
saw.
that feed that's
it
not
makes them not
allowing them
produce.
to-
Right.
No, it's not. I did some research. It's not the stuff in the feed. It's what they're not putting into it. There's a shortage of some of the material, so they're not putting very much in there, and then the chickens aren't laying because all the nutrients aren't there.
One of them
You
plus
raise
they're-
bugs too, Chuck?
What?
Do you raise bugs too?
Bugs? No.
There's a couple of different types of bugs that you can raise that their chickens will love. I mean, it's not like chickens don't love bugs, but like crickets and all sorts of pet foods, you can definitely use those as well as the the duckweed that I grow. If you grow duckweed's like 40% protein, and it'll be able to feed your chickens. They love it.
Wow.
That shit triples every 3 days, or doubles at least.
Yeah, you got to give them. What the hell you got to give them? I can't remember now. Shit. Not calcium, something else.
Brain
I know
fart.
they need boron.
No, there's a mineral they need so that the eggshells are hard. Otherwise, you get
Calcium?
what's that?
Calcium?
Yeah, maybe it's calcium. A lot of times they'll use seashells for the calcium.
Yeah.
You can get diatomaceous earth that would work pretty well. It would also keep bugs out of your bin.
I don't have no bug problem out there, thank goodness.
You're
Haven't
down in
had that
Tennessee,
problem.
right?
Yeah.
I guess Chuck in Tennessee would be pretty descriptive of where you're at.
Damn it, I hate that when it happens.
What about like ticks? Do they eat ticks?
They eat anything.
So I need to get rid of these ticks because the last couple of years our tick population has like gone through the roof, dude.
Well,
Yeah,
I
get you
have
some
them.
chickens.
I have them come in and spray twice a year in the summertime because the ticks get so bad down here. But it's far enough away from the house that nobody's going to get contaminated. Yeah, the Lyme disease is real bad in this area.
Well, the plus
Not
they're
cool.
claiming that damn bird flu is the reason why the eggs are so expensive, and I just kind of think that's hogwash too. I don't think it's that bad.
We got some big Tyson farms down here, not too far from me, and they just wiped out their entire herd.
So they say.
No, when Tyson goes in and kills the chickens, Tyson goes in and kills the chickens.
No,
I used to live in Romney, West Virginia, and there was a bunch of poultry around there, like a lot of poultry. And it was during one of these bird flu epidemics.
Yep.
Man, they killed all them damn chickens. They bring them out in piles and piles and just let them stack up and then move them out with tractor. It was gross.
They'll either burn them or they turn them into fertilizer, compost. Well, yeah, because once you get an infection, your whole flock is screwed.
The thing about it is there's different herbs that you can use, like thyme, and there's a couple others that make sure that your birds are fine because they give you all the antibacterial properties and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I really want to raise some chickens this year because of everything going on and the bugs and stuff. And I have a bunch of like scraps from the garden that we can't eat it, and so I know the chickens will be able to eat it.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
So I might need some tips and tricks and a way to make a chicken coop like without going into the poorhouse.
I know a guy.
Don't do like me. I built my coop in the height of the pandemic. Lumber 2x4s were like $13 a piece.
They are, I know.
But my son's got autism and he wanted a chicken coop, so I said, "Screw it, we'll build it." Depends how many chickens. Are you just going to feed your family?
Yeah. I'm not like looking to start a chicken farm because
All right,
I don't have a lot of time.
You only need about a half a dozen, if that many. Because when I had 30, 40 out there at one time, and I was getting so many eggs, I couldn't keep up with it. It was crazy. But the population's down now, so it's more manageable.
Yeah, you just had a bunch that passed away, didn't you?
Well, they got predators got to them. A couple of them I had to get rid of because they got sick. One of them had a broken leg. I tried to fix it, but there wasn't no fixing it, so I had to put them down.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of vultures, chicken hawks, things like that. So if you got predators, you got to make sure you protect them.
Hey Chuck, do you have a chicken tractor?
You talking about the movable pin?
Yep.
No, they got a shit. How big is it? 50 by 100. Yeah, 50 feet by 100 foot run.
The reason I'm asking about the chicken tractor is because if you've got tick problems, you can move it around and it'll basically, you can move it on the outside of your property and then you work it on the inside and it'll take care of all, because chickens will eat everything.
Yeah, I'm on some hilly property and that just wouldn't have worked for me with my bad back.
You know that mullein that grows in your backyard? You know which one I'm talking about, that plant?
No, I don't.
It's the one that has the tall yellow stalk, and then at the bottom it looks like it's real soft. Like you could use it for toilet paper.
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Look up, write this word down, mullein, M-U-L-L-I-N.
Okay, got it.
And look that up. That's the stock itself. What I personally use it for is I use it as a back serum. And the way I use it is I take it, I dry it, I cut it, and then I put it into tea.
Oh, okay.
So it's super duper easy to do, and it works really, really good. I don't know what back problems you have, but I know that is good for the back. So what you do with it is your own business.
Half of my back belongs to somebody else.
Half of your back belongs to somebody else.
Yeah, cadaver part. Parts from dead people. Yeah, I've had 10 surgeries on my back.
Ew.
Yeah. But at least the last one, they got me walking again, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, that and then colloidal gold is also really good for your back.
Is it? I heard about colloidal silver.
Colloidal silver is good, but colloidal silver silver is not naturally found in the human body, whereas gold is.
Oh, okay.
Gold's also really, I mean, they have a lot of similarities. Actually, that's funny you're saying here.
Oh, okay. I heard Wizard talking about the colloidal silver.
Yeah, colloidal silver is really good. It's a great product, but this stuff right here, this is where it's at.
Ah. Yeah, Moose, if you go to get chickens, look up New Jersey Giants.
New Jersey Giants.
They're like 3 feet tall.
What?
3 feet tall, brother. I ain't trying to have a dog.
I know my son wanted me to get one of them. I'm like, hell no. That thing will eat me for lunch.
They will too.
Oh, they'll eat their own.
I bet you those
13
eggs are
pounds.
huge.
Man, I'll
Those
be
could be
lifting
almost
weights
like
out there.
ostrich eggs. They got to be almost like ostrich eggs.
I would think. But yeah, if you get a chicken that hurts itself and starts bleeding, the other ones will tear it up. They'll eat it for the blood.
That's
Man,
just,
that's pretty gruesome, dude. I want like some chickens that are gonna be cool with each other. I don't want some like factory farm chicken. I want some like organic chicken thing. And I'm not planning on killing it either. I just want some eggs.
No, that's me. I'm not raising them for food. I'm raising them for the eggs.
we got 2 chickens here, and one of them's name is Girlfriend, and it's one of the friendliest chickens you'd ever want to meet. She's a little character. She'll come up like when I'm out doing stuff. She'll come out and like, cluck at me like asking, "What are you doing there, bud?" And she'll come and check you out and watch you work. And if you don't pay attention to her, she'll sit there and peck on you a little bit so you'll pet her. And she's really cool.
I got a friend. He's got 120 chickens,
Holy
but
shit!
but one of them has turned into a house pet.
Yeah,
It thinks it's
Oh.
a pet.
Hey, these Jersey chickens you're telling me about, it says because of their gentle temperament, these chickens are thought to be a good choice when choosing a bird that will share space with pets or children. And I got a baby, so maybe I could have them babysit.
But you want a 3-foot chicken running around?
Holy shit.
Watching your kid? I don't think so.
They're supposed to be non-aggressive though.
Most of them are non-aggressive.
So are Chihuahuas, but we know the story on them.
Yeah.
Don't get a rooster though.
No, man, I have a hotel. If I get a rooster, they're gonna have bad comments about the rooster every single day.
Yeah, they screwed up. When I had ordered my one batch of chickens, they messed it up. It was supposed to have been all females. And when it came in, 6 of them were roosters. And they did not get along with one another. I got rid of them rather quickly.
Don't you have to have at least one rooster, though, for them to lay eggs?
No. The only reason for a rooster is if you want to raise your own stock. If you want to keep replenishing your chickens, but it's not worth it because you end up getting your eggs and then they'll be what's the word I'm looking for? Inseminated,
Fertile.
incubated.
They'll be fertilized.
Yeah, fertilized. And depending on the stage of fertilization, you get some, what is this?
Yeah. See,
Hey,
that's
Moose,
something
you said you have some animals that are encroaching in on your property.
I got skunks, I got rabbits, I got groundhogs, I got crows. There's some deer every once in a while, some wild turkeys, and I've never seen a bear on my property, but I know he's there in the winter. But I'm
He's
not
probably
there,
sleeping
so.
during the winter.
Most
Yeah.
time they are.
Yeah, I know he's there though, because when I come back, there's usually my woodshed is knocked over, and I've been told that the bear in the past has like to get himself all like scruffed
Yeah.
up on the woodshed. So, and I think that's the only animal that could actually knock the woodshed over because it's full.
No, the reason I'm asking is donkeys make great protectors.
Man, how am I going to convince my wife to get a donkey, brother?
What's
She's
this
already-
convincing bullshit?
Hey, Nubs,
Yeah.
She's already married to a jackass.
There's already one jackass in the house. I don't know if she'll
Just
take
tell her
two.
you need a brother.
Somebody you can relate to.
Oh man!
No,
I
you
need
tell her
someone
it's
I can
for the.
relate to.
You tell her that you won't get on the internet. You'll just go talk to Jack the donkey.
My aunt had one, and his name was Homer Eugene. Noisy like a rooster. Man, that thing brayed all the time.
My son just asked if we could make some pineapple. I told him I'm making some pineapple downstairs in my aquaponics.
There you go. Fresh pineapple is great. And you don't have to go extravagant for just a few chickens, Moose. It doesn't take much to build a small place for them to live.
Okay.
Yeah, about 2 days ago, we had a half an inch of ice on everything. And in another 2 days, we're going to be up to 70 degrees.
Damn.
Yeah.
And your chickens
started
take
out-
that?
What's that, Moose?
Your chickens are okay with like the weather swings?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's no heat or anything out there. As long as they got a enclosure to go into, they keep each other warm. They don't freeze. The only thing with chickens in the wintertime, they slow down somewhat on their egg laying. But I
Okay,
haven't had
that's fine.
the only time I really had a big issue is when we got that that real cold spell. What was that, a couple of weeks ago?
Oh, you mean my gift to you guys?
Yeah.
When I sent all that wonderful weather down there for you.
Oh, hell yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. But you just got to make sure they got plenty of water all the time available, and you feed them a couple times a day, like once in the morning, once in the evening, something like that. They're happy.
We take care of chickens for my landlord all the time when they go out of town. And the way he has his coop set up is there's just enough of the bedding that makes enough heat because of the composting underneath.
Yep.
He doesn't heat it. He's got one single little light out there, a little heat light, and it's insulated. So in Moose's situation, I would definitely insulate the roost.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he lives up there in Maine, so yeah.
But other than a little bit of insulation in the walls, you're good to go. A little bit of wood paneling. And the reason I'm saying a jackass is because jackasses will take and they'll ward off wolves and all sorts of shit. Coyotes, they don't care. They'll grab them things by the fucking mange and rip them around. No groundhogs for
Wow.
you.
That's good.
Yeah, donkeys, as soon as I move from where I'm at into the place where I'm looking for, that's one of the first animals that we'll be getting is a donkey, and I'll pen it in the yard, and it'll take care of the yard as well as provide fertilizer for the yard, as well as provide protection for the yard, better than the dog.
Yeah, that's true.
And they don't eat meat, so they're never going to go out and intentionally kill something to eat it.
Yep.
Okay.
I had to let the
And
dog
you can
out.
have it in a pen and have it as an attraction for your hotel.
I like that.
You know, have a little you know, the old time gumball machines.
The glass
Yeah.
ball thing.
No,
could have
not that big. Just the old ones that ran in a line. Anyways, you grab an old timey gumball machine and you fill it with feed and you put it there for 25 cents, and that way every time your patrons come out, they bring their quarters and they pay for the feed.
There you go.
Oh, wow. That's a good idea. But I mean, I don't know
It's-
if I'd have to pay for feed though is my thing, because I have tons of bugs and I'll have tons of like scraps. I don't know
No,
how
I'm
much they
saying
eat,
for
too.
a donkey.
Oh, for the donk, yeah.
For a donkey,
You're still on the donkey. Oh man, it's gonna take my wife.
I'm getting
lot
you
of
a donkey,
convincing.
man. You need a brother.
I need.
You got a donkey fetish.
Donkeys and mooses hanging out.
Well, they always say one ass knows another.
I remember
Absolutely. Why do you think there's 4 of us?
when I was living in Germany, I remember we had a bunch of sheep farmers around where I lived, and there was one day I was out there just drinking some coffee, and you guys were talking about hip waders the other day. Well, he wasn't using hip waders; he was using a stump. He backed that sheep right up to that stump and went to town.
That's dirty.
It is. That's the first time I'd ever seen it. I thought, oh, Lord, what's this world coming to?
That got to be a hard up mofo, I tell you.
Literally hard up.
Yeah.
Well, y'all, I need to go find Moose the donkey, so I will catch you guys later.
Yeah,
All right.
it'll take you a few weeks to ride it all the way to Maine.
Well, I'll just send it down to Mexico and he can bring it.
Shit,
That
he
way
should
the
be
wife has
able
2
to.
jackasses.
What am I supposed to do? Let him ride shotgun?
Absolutely. And down there, they're called burro.
Yeah, I know what they're called down here. They're not very nice down here.
Either that or go to Tijuana and watch the donkey show.
That's a
I
whole
will
different
never.
story.
I will never do that.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, that's another business opportunity for your weird neighbors.
There you go.
Every pair of rubber boots has to be cleaned afterwards, but we'll, you know. So $100 for a pair of rubber boots. You can go meet the donkey.
Mm-mm-mm.
Anyways, enough about the jackasses. I'll catch you gentlemen later.
All right.
All right, Nubs. Great talking to you, brother.
Peace out.
Yeah, Moose, I went over to Paul's the other day just to clean the street.
Yeah. Did that work?
Well, I just told him, I said, hey, I'm not on you. You get off of me. We're good to go. If I done something wrong to you, I apologize. If I didn't, oh well. And he said, okay. I didn't go over there to kiss his ass or anything. Even though some of them people thought that I should have bowed down and kissed the ring, I wasn't doing that. Because I didn't do anything to deserve that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The rest of the shit show was the panel wanted to make a big issue out of it, and I politely told them I was there to talk to Paul and nobody else because I've done no harm to nobody. And Paul told them to shut up, and we said our piece and went about our merry way.
So yeah, I respect that.
And that's what I keep trying to tell some of these people. I've done nothing to nobody. So it's time to put things away. There's no way to live.
Definitely. I agree with that.
Boy, I seen you pop in over there every once in a while like I do.
Yeah. Every once in a while I pop in, I say something, but it always ends up on the screen, you know?
Yeah. But it's pretty, it's different over there right now. Especially with his new right-hand man. It's pretty wild.
I'm not going to comment
Yeah.
on it.
I know what you're saying.
He's got the X factor, man.
It's like a dog turd. You know, a dog shits on a sidewalk. It stinks at first, but after a little while, it crushed over and quit stinking. Then somebody takes a stick and starts poking at it, and it starts stinking again. You know? The X factor.
Oh,
Give me
Lord
a
help
break.
me.
What the hell
Lord
is the
help me.
X factor, Moose? Other than a TV show. I mean, if you're a man, you're a man. If you're a mouse, you're a mouse.
The X
And or a
factor.
moose, right?
Or no, I wouldn't want to be a moose.
No,
I've
you
never
don't want to
seen
be.
I've never seen a moose get trampled like that before.
Yeah,
Me
they're
neither.
usually doing the one that does the trampling.
Yep. Yeah, I drove.
All right.
Was that yesterday or the day before when I went to the doctor? 2.5 hour drive to get there, and the doc was in the room for all of 3 minutes,
Yeah.
Man.
and then 2.5 hours back home.
And that costs $300, right?
No, it was $30 for the doctor visit.
He's talking
But the
about your
gas.
gas, Chuck.
Oh yeah, the gas.
I don't know. It cost me $200 to go to see the doctor.
But it's the only way you can get your pain medication.
I don't do that shit. I don't do none of that.
Well,
I
I got to.
Yeah, I understand you do. I'm just saying I quit probably a good 10 years ago. I just smoke pot now. I got to get my dog.
Got to get some comfort from the dog.
Just don't mount that sucker, Larry.
Get Larry a pair of small rubber boots.
There you go.
Oh man.
But so you doing all right, Moosey?
Yeah,
I know
man.
it's
I'm
tough.
taking it one day at a time.
It's tough. It takes a while to get that brain right again.
Yeah, I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble. My anger is my biggest thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's it's always waiting there creeping because it's like I'll be outside just minding my own business and then someone will say something to me smart ass and I'll like flip out on them.
Yep.
And then I'm like, oh, I just want to go smoke a joint, It's like, ah.
All that is that's just a form of escaping.
Yep. So now
Until
I
we-
take a deep breath and
It's
read.
like I keep trying to tell Talcott, if you don't fix yourself, it doesn't matter what's going on. The problem's still going to be there. You. And
Exactly.
He don't get it. He wants to be the guru of something.
Yeah, and I, you know, I had to block him. I had to
Yeah,
block
you
him
told
because
me that.
I've been trying to be a good friend to people, but at the same time, like it's like the Titanic. Like Titanic's going down, right? And there's one life raft, and it's like, well, you don't want the life raft, Jack. So you want me to just sink with you? You know, I'm gonna take the life raft. I'm gonna
Yep.
put on my mask and breathe the oxygen or whatever. And the plane's going down, man. And he's like, nah, it's all good, brother. It's all good.
Yeah, he reminds me of the old philosophy. Take my advice. I'm not using it. You know, if he took his own advice, you know, instead of trying to fix everybody else, you fix yourself, and everything else will fall into line.
Yep.
That makes too much sense, Chuck.
I know.
And
I've
one
been
thing I
told that.
noticed too is that he doesn't go to channels like this, like channels where there's not very many people watching. And
Well,
I
he
don't
wants an
there's
audience.
yeah, there's no disrespect to Larry. It's just an observation. Like he goes to all these channels with like 100 people watching, 30, 40, 50 people watching, and it's always the same rap. And at this point, I think that it's part of his existence is to live the joke and be the joke, and he's fine with playing the fool every day. He doesn't want to change. So I laugh now. I laugh. I
Well,
have fun with it.
there's more he's not telling us because
Well,
he drove all of his family, he drove all of his friends, he drove all of his neighbors away from him. And he says it's them. It can't be them. 100% of the people that left you, the common denominator is him. I suspect he's a mean, ugly guy when he's not on the screen. I just get that feeling.
I had an interaction with one of his neighbors. She was
Was
harassing
Jack's
him
neighbor?
on Facebook. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She was harassing him on his Facebook or whatever. And I said, "Why are you harassing this dude?" And she says, "You don't know him. You don't know him. You don't live by him." And blah blah blah. I said that's fine. I was not trying to defend him, but I was just like, this is not the place to air your grievances. This is Facebook, you know. And I said, you're clearly harassing him because every time he posts something, you're over here and you're saying, he's a piece of crap and blah 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 and like, talking down to him. So I said, why don't you show us some evidence? And she says, well, why don't you try to go take his house because he's not paying rent and see he'll be violent, he'll be this and that. And I said, well, why don't you show us the evidence? Like, give us some kind of evidence so I can make a determination on my own. And this person just swears that he's a violent person. So,
Well,
I mean, I got to at least listen.
a couple of times I have heard him say that he's had a few police interactions since he quit drinking that
Yeah.
have not been good. So she might be right. That's why I said he's not telling us everything, or not showing us everything.
Well, no, because he's too busy trying to tell you how close to God he is.
Well, see, that's the problem. He went from being a nobody to God. I'm God's right hand man, and he skipped everything in between. The growing part. I always tell him, I said, Jack, it's simple. Tell yourself every day, let me be a maximum service to God and to others, not the other way around. People don't owe you anything.
It's true.
That's just what comes across to me. That he
No,
thinks the world owes him something.
I agree.
And he could be a hell of a guy if he could just get out of the fog. That's my own personal opinion.
No, that's where I came to think too, because and he's always like in my messages like, hey, I thought you were gonna call me today, or I thought you were gonna, you're only thinking about yourself or whatever, and I'm like, dude, you don't even know what's going on with me. Like I'm sitting here going to AA meetings. I got to take care of my daughter. Like stuff comes up.
Life
Comes up. Just yeah, life happens. I'm not sitting at home all day long on the computer. I got shit to do.
Well, you can't quit living.
You act like you got a life or something, Moose. What the hell's up with that?
What was that?
I was giving Moose some shit. I said he acts like he's got a life or something. What the hell's up with that?
Who, Moose or Jack?
Yeah, Moose. I was giving him a bad time.
Moose don't got no life. He's an agent.
Oh, I forgot. Damn it. That senility, it's creeping in.
Well, hell, I got enough of that for everybody.
You're an agent. I'm an agent. He can be an agent too.
You don't get all these white hairs from living an easy life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hell, I drank for, 30 years? Close. Now, let me say, 20. I didn't start drinking until I was 18, 19 when I went in the service. I hadn't drank before then. But I sure took off and running with it.
Yeah. It was too easy for me.
What's that?
It was too easy for me.
Yes, sir.
I used to drink vodka out of a water bottle.
Well, I was drinking when I quit drinking when I turned 40. I was drinking at least a case and a half a day, and a fifth of vodka every day. I couldn't even get up in the morning and fix a cup of coffee because I'd shake so damn bad, the coffee'd be all over the place until I took a couple of shots of vodka. And then I could drink it because I quit shaking then.
Man, that is rough.
I wasn't that bad. I didn't see why I had to quit.
There's nothing wrong with seeing the light.
Amen. Because I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't. I wouldn't have my son if I hadn't quit. But there's more to Jack's story, because just because he got divorced and his son was 15 or 16, that didn't make the son not want to be with him. Something else is going on. The hate runs deep.
Yeah.
And he thinks he's has done nothing wrong. He can't see it through their eyes.
Well, I don't know how to explain it. I've never met anybody that determined to not pay attention to what everybody is saying around them, like at all. Like,
they're called dry drunks.
I'm not sure that he's not drinking though.
Well, he keeps flashing. He's got a fifth of whiskey that he flashes from time to time when he's talking to somebody. It's a full bottle, but he says he's got it for when he's ready to start drinking again or something like that. Makes no sense.
Okay, hey baby. I have.
I
You
skipped.
know,
I heard flask of whiskey.
if you wanna keep the spirits around you, that spirit's gonna get you. He might still be drinking. He might be one of them closet drunks.
Like Richard Pryor used to say, that his pipe would talk to him. His pipe would say, "Rich, what are you doing, buddy? Let me get a little low over here. You know what happens when you let me get low? I hurt you. I hurt you really bad."
Yep. It's the same with any of them substance. Once they get a hold of you, they start talking to you. Take
Oh
you
yeah,
down
they
to
do.
take you to the pit of despair. What
Take
step
it
are
to
you
your
on, Bruce?
knees. I'm still on number 1.
Number 1. That was a hard
Let
one, ain't it?
it's probably the hardest thing to try to just let go and accept everything and kind of go through my day and not try to like control everything and just kind of go with the flow. I have a real hard problem going with the flow unless I was smoking. And even then I
Yeah.
didn't really go
Yeah.
to smoke. I used to call it smoke a bowl of fuck it, you know, because I'd smoke and I'd be like, fuck it. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
My lighter.
Is that like hug a buddy, fuck a buddy?
Them cupcakes, them
Oh,
pogos.
that dude is weird.
I used to work for Alex Jones and I got all your IPs and you guys all work for the government and we're coming for you. We're coming for you.
And he doesn't talk, he dictates.
And
He
shouts.
talks, he talks at you, not to you.
Yep.
Of course. Guys, he's nuts, bro. He's absolutely nuts.
I'm beginning to think there's a whole lot of nutty people out there.
Well, yeah.
I mean, look at us.
All you gotta do is look in the mirror, right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
That
You want to see
definitely.
a fool? Look in the mirror.
There's no denying that, man. No denying that.
Baby, everybody's gotta see your hairdo.
No,
Yep,
no,
yep.
fuck you.
Larry,
What the hell?
No,
Larry,
You
you're gonna
having sex or
get
what?
us all in trouble.
Larry over there having sex.
no.
No, I was giving her hell. I told her everybody's got to see her hairdo, and she's like, "No, fuck you." And I'm like, "Right now?" And she's
Oh,
like, "No."
that's what I just said. Larry, the old horn dog.
I might resemble that, maybe, kind of, sort of.
You think?
I try not to. It overloads the brain circuits.
What brain we got left?
I keep telling everybody I forgot more than I'll ever know.
That's a fact. Oh, I gotta go in here and make the kids some biscuits. Oh,
Biscuits and gravy?
he don't like gravy, but he likes biscuits.
Damn it.
Man, now you're making me hungry.
Some good biscuits and gravy sounds yummy.
I fix that quite often. A lot of times we'll have that for supper.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's good supper. Breakfast can make an awesome dinner.
Yes, sir.
Hey, next time a little heavier on that sir, dabbit.
Well, you are older than me, so.
Damn it. There you go. Put a little salt in that wound, right?
There you go.
Someone's
Kick
got
them while
to.
they're down.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the. I seem to be the grandpa around here, damn it. Shit, it's already been 4 hours.
Shit.
I know time flies on. I'm going to the beach today, taking the girls to the beach. We're gonna have some fun.
You're a bum.
There you go.
I'm a beach
I don't
bum,
wanna
bro.
hear
I,
about-
I need to get some peace and serenity.
I don't want to hear about your fun. What the hell? I'm a grumpy old asshole. Don't tell me about no fun. I wish I could go to the beach. Believe me, if it was nicer weather, I'd probably be there too. But it's butt ass cold here.
Hey, I have. Let me see. I have. Today's the 4th. I have one, two. I have exactly 15 days until I hit the road again, and when I get home, it's -5 degrees. They're saying it's going to be up to -50. In a couple days, and bro, don't even talk to me about cold. All right, I'm going back to the winterlands where people like me, we die in like 10 minutes outside.
That's me. That's just crazy.
Might have to start one of those like bum fires. Get one of those big old like round trash cans and start a fire inside the house just to keep warm.
Well, you know why they're making it so cold on us, right?
So we could use up all the gas and the electricity, so they can shut it all down. Maybe, I don't know.
No, they're going to raise the prices up big time.
Yeah.
Because they were just showing, I was watching a video the other day, the difference in all the charging stations now they have for all these electric cars. It's already hurting the system because there's so many damn chargers on our damn lines and they can't handle all that shit. So they're going to charge us twice the money that they're charging us now. And then after they charge us all this money, then we're going to have to start having power outages, allegedly.
Yeah, I'm not really cool with that. I'm really not.
Yeah, that's
Not
why
cool with it.
I'm starting. For a long time, I was thinking about getting, a bunch of batteries and panels and stuff, and I'm starting to lean that way again. My problem is I just don't have that nest egg to do it with.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not cheap.
I don't have one either.
Well, I can get it a lot cheaper. I know a lot of places where I can get really good deals on like almost brand new batteries and stuff really cheap. But still, to as many as I'd need, I'd have to have like a pallet of them, delivered here, and that'd still be a couple $1,000, $2,000 or $3,000. And then you got to get the panels, and then you got to get a pallet of them, and
Yeah, you're looking at 10 grand easy
yeah,
for something,
yep,
something that size.
yep. And that's the problem is, I could do 25 or $50 a month, but none of these people, will accept $50 a month for the next 50 years, which I don't blame them.
Exactly.
Well, I gotta take a whiz.
I've been honestly thinking more and more start putting a basket on my electric bike and go delivering for Grubhub or something, see if I can make some extra money.
Yeah, you'll be like me. Every time you think you got some extra money, something happens, and there it goes.
Yeah, that's what's happened the last couple months. Usually I'm really good at, budgeting my money, but the last couple months some shit happened that I wasn't expecting, and so then the rest of the month I was broke because that shit happened, and that's the way they want to keep you, nickel and diming yourself to death.
Well, yeah, I can't even go to the grocery store without crying anymore.
You broke
But
up.
I'm like you. I'm on a fixed income.
Yeah, so am I. I'm on retirement, but I get like 15 a month.
Yeah, I'm on I'm on disability retirement is what I'm on.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell they call it. So you got to manage every nickel and dime that you can.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, but we paid in that money, so I'm taking the money.
Well, like I said, what pisses me off is, you know, it cost me $250 to go to the doctor now, but when I had no insurance at all, it only cost me $80.
Oh, I know. Once you get insurance, the price goes way up because they can get that much money.
Bullshit, though.
I
Why should it cost
agree.
twice as much money for something I paid in my whole life? And it's obvious with the income I'm getting. I had some work history in there, you know. So why am I getting basically screwed? But yet, if I was a drug addict and never worked in a day in my life, I'd get free everything.
I feel you there, Larry. I feel you.
It's like
Max,
I'd love to be able to eat corn and nuts and all that shit, but I can't because I have no dental and it costs. I can't afford 15 grand to get, you know, some teeth.
you know what you could afford to do, Larry, is if you save up, you can come down and get all of your stuff fixed. I got my dental work done down here, and instead of like 5,000, it was only 500.
Yeah, but the problem is it costs me a small fortune to get there too.
Nah, I mean small fortune, but I mean if you compare it, it might cost you like $900 to get down here,
Yeah,
and I
I
can
don't.
drive you down to the dentist I used, and I never thought that I would be one of those people that did that, but once I did it, I was like, why didn't I do this before?
Well, and then the next problem here, I know for a fact that everybody I know that's gotten any kind of dentures here, and there's been, I know probably like 20 different people that have had dentures, and every one of them can't wear them because they don't fit right or hurt them or something. They're not doing these dentures like they used to. They just throw them together, and the problem is with our insurance, we only get that one, you know, fitting or whatever, and then after that, they want to charge you all. Oh well, we won't cover it. If you want it changed, you gotta, you know, pay for it yourself. So
Yep,
yeah,
I
I'd rather.
understand.
That's the sad part is you could probably get. I know you can get cheaper work there, and the work is probably even actually better. If you know the person that's doing it, then you can't hear, and we're supposed to be the most advanced medical science there is, but we're just fucking property, not people.
It's too messy. I'll bring you one back. Dude. Well, not to complain or anything, but my entire year that I worked for, all the money I had is gone. And with the price of gas going up and the price of hotels going up and the price of everything going up, it has put me in the same boat as you guys. A very
I know.
similar boat.
Yeah, they like I said, they want to nickel and dime you to death.
What would have cost me, $4,000 for my entire trip back and forth
Water.
has cost to be double that.
Yeah.
Water.
All right, baby.
And
Give me a second.
now I have a baby, so it makes it even worse.
Yep.
'Cause
Harder. Worse.
it's harder to budget for that because I'd never had a baby before.
That's why I said it's harder, not worse.
Yeah, harder. That's a better word. But when they bring tamales to your door and the tamale's only $1,
Oh
I can't
Lord.
really complain.
I wish.
And the other day, they am I frozen? The other day they brought 2 kilos of fish, and it only cost me $10. So I can't really complain, while I'm down here. But getting back is going to be a pain.
Why
Yeah,
you guys going back so early?
I have to go back because there's so much work that needs to be done before we open the hotel again, and we can't afford not to open the hotel because my mortgage is enough to make someone pass out.
that's what happens when you try to live like the Rockefellers.
I'm not.
That was a joke, Moose. You got yourself a big book yet, Moose?
Yeah, I got the big book. To be honest, I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, well, that really works good.
I've been
We can do it.
I've been doing the steps, and so like I got the 12-step book that I've been reading, and then I've
Which
also
one?
just been. It's called 12 Steps.
Is it called 12 and 12?
Let me see. I'll go grab it. Be right back.
Well, there's a lot of psychobabble books out there. You got to watch out.
Man, what is my wife is? What do you want? Man, you're kind of high maintenance, honey.
You better worship that woman.
I do worship that woman, but you know what? I'm making myself tamales because I'm hungry, right? I'm heating them up, and then she goes, "Hey," and she points to herself, and I'm like, "Nah, these are messy. I'm not gonna give it to you in bed." And then she goes, "No, bring it over here." It's like I'm trying to eat. Well, I can't say nothing. I'm an idiot. If I say something, that's dumb. I gotta say, yes, honey, yes.
When they say jump, all you need to say is how high.
That's right. Everybody else will say I lost my balls, but you know what? I'd rather lose my balls than lose everything else.
There are a couple of other books you ought to get too.
A happy home is a happy woman.
That's what they say, but I got to be happy too, and that's why I'm reading the books. I'll go get the book right now.
You need to get a Daily Reflections, and I'm trying to think what the other one's called. Oh, I have to go upstairs.
I got to go upstairs too. Let me see. Making me read.
And I hate reading.
Okay, so what I need the Daily Reflections book because I don't have that. I got 12 Steps and 12 Traditions.
That's a good one.
As Bill Sees It, and then I got the Blue Book, 4th edition.
You're not ready for As Bill Sees It yet.
Yeah, I picked that one up, and I read a couple things on anger in it, but...
And the 12 and 12 supplements the big book. You can't work the steps strictly by the 12 and 12.
Got it.
They're written by the same people, Dr. Bob and Bill. But the 12 and 12 just expunges on what's in the big book a little more.
But what my sponsor had me do is some like work stuff out of. He told me to use the Novelco series, and I also looked up the 12 Steps online because I couldn't get a good copy of the Novelco series, and so that had like 20 questions. That took me like maybe 5 hours to answer all that.
I know. Yeah, I don't do that.
So what do you like it? Yeah. The guy said I need to worship you. And she
You
said,
don't have
that's
to
right.
worship me.
I was talking to my wife. Sorry.
Oh,
I never, I
I'll
never
tell
have
you.
my thing muted.
I'll tell you another good one, Moose. It's called Joe and Charlie. They got some audio tapes, books, whatever. Digital, you can get it on the internet. The 12 Steps and 12 Positions of Joe and Charlie.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. That way you can listen.
That's what I was thinking, because I was thinking about getting the blue book on Audible too, because it's like $3, $3.50.
Yeah,
I'd
but
rather listen to it.
you
Huh?
still got to bust that book open to indulge
I
the
know.
word.
It's hard though. It's hard to like sit down and read with the baby and the wife and the dog, because
I
I know
understand.
it's an excuse. It's an excuse, but I'm having trouble getting up early and staying up late. And I know if I get up early, then I have time to read. And if I stay up late, I'll have time to read. I just have to get the willpower.
And you don't have to do hours and hours at a time. I used to do 15 minutes at a time. So I didn't know how to manage time. So I just do it. I started off just doing 15 minutes at a time.
That's a good idea. Just do a little bit at a time. That way I can build up
Yeah,
to it.
you don't have to go into it like a game buster. All you'll do is confuse yourself even more.
It goes back to there's too much of a good thing. You gotta, spread it out.
And you got to take time to absorb what you've read.
Yep. And practice it.
Yes, sir. I could go on for days and days. I'm here to tell you.
Gotta get
I mean,
outside in the sun, man. It's too cold in there.
I could be wrong, but I think it's easier to like read a small section out of it and then try to understand what it's telling you and then practice what it just told you. And then
Bingo.
once you achieve that, then you can go on to the next thing instead of taking on this huge task and make it look like it's going to be impossible. Just
Exactly. You are 100% on point, Larry.
I have my moments.
You guys are helping me a lot. You don't even know, but I'll admit it. You guys are helping me a lot.
Anybody that wants help, I will bend over backwards.
Yep. Same with
And-
here.
And Liz, if you need someone to talk to, I'm available 24/7. I'll give you my phone number.
That'd be cool. I would appreciate
no
that. 'Cause
problems. Because when I've been down this dirt road.
oh shit, we got a quad coming.
Check these biscuits.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, okay, I still got 5 minutes. But yeah, my mind's like a bad neighborhood. You don't want to go there by yourself.
Yeah, we've been here 4.5 hours by now.
Well, you need to get off, Larry.
No, man, Al just came in the room and says, "Evening, gents," and then she says, "You've been going for 4 hours," and I let her know that, I've been here for 4.5 hours.
Hey, as long as you're getting something out of it, that's good.
Hey, company's always good, at least for me.
Well, we're social creatures. We're not meant to be alone.
I was alone for a really long, probably almost 10 years, and it
That
was really
sucks,
hard
doesn't it?
on me. But at the same time, I was kind of codependent for a long time, so it kind of helped me too.
Yep. That codependency shit'll kill you.
Yeah, I didn't really, realize how codependent I was until probably about 4 years or so after, I was by myself, and I'm like, this isn't right. I'm like, yeah, it's okay to want that interjection with people, but not to need it all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. You got to have your own time.
Well, just like I was telling Moose, you got to take, a little bit of too much of anything's too much.
Well, yeah, you turn it into a mountain and you say, what's the point?
Exactly. This cat's silly. What?
Mm.
I'm pulling your tail. What?
He says, quit picking on me, Larry.
She's in heat.
Oh, Lord. I got 2 male cats and then 2 females outside.
Well, it's funny because when we first got them, we were told that it was a boy and girl. And I'm thinking, well, how in the hell am I going to afford getting them fixed? And
I'm
then,
telling you.
and then we found out they were both girls, and they both seemed to go in heat around the same time.
That's always with females. They sync
And
up to one another.
we got one. Her name's Willow, and she couldn't meow basically for the first year. I think when she was born, had her the umbilical cord around her throat or something because she could never meow. And when she tried to meow, it was either a honk or a hiss.
Yep.
But now she's starting to get her voice back slowly. She's not so bad. She just gets really roly poly when she's in heat. The other one gets really vocal and roly poly.
Yep. Each one's different. They
Yeah,
got their own personalities.
that's what's funny. I'll have so many people tell me, "Oh, the animals don't have personalities." And I'm like, "You need to
Yep.
wake up and smell the coffee."
Yes, they do.
I mean, like I said, even this damn chicken out here that we got that wanders around, she's got a hell of a personality.
Each one is different than the other.
Oh yeah.
That's a fact.
Like I said, I think it's pretty cool because almost every time I'm doing something outside, that damn chicken will come up and like, "What you doing, Larry?" You know. And then, like I said,
Yep.
if I don't pay attention to her, she'll sit there and kind of, peck on me like, "Hey, I'm talking to you," you know. And then once I look at her and pet her to acknowledge her presence, then she's fine. But she's a character, definitely. I like her a lot. I worry about her though because she wanders out in the street sometimes.
Yep. I think the car win every time.
Yeah. Cat, come on, get down, honey. So what you got planned for the day, Chuck?
I gotta go to Walmart and pick up my medicine.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's always fun. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot planned.
You don't have any other place you could get your stuff from besides Walmart?
No, not in this not in this country town I live in.
Yeah, that sucks. How long do you usually go through the drive-through, or do you usually go in?
I got to go in because I got to show them my driver's license because it's a narcotic.
Yeah. How long is usually the line? How long do you usually have to wait?
About 3 minutes at the most.
Oh, well, that ain't too bad.
No.
Shit, the Walgreens up the street, sometimes I've waited over an hour to get her medicine.
Well, when I lived up by St. Louis, that's how it was. It was always an hour. Always.
Well, it seems like all these damn businesses got rid of half their employees during the bullshit, and they just haven't brought them back.
Well, a lot of people don't want to work anymore.
That's what they're trying to tell us, but I don't know. I think because I've been to our Walmart, I've been to our Best Buy, all the bigger stores, Jerry's, Home Depot, all of them. Their staff is, I mean, okay, like in Best Buy, they have 6 people for that whole huge store. 6 people. How in the hell could 6 people handle?
Yeah, that's not enough.
And the same way with Walmart. Walmart, they probably got maybe 20 people. It's been that way, like I said, all in this neck of the woods anyway. Every business has cut their staff at least in half, if not more, and have just kept it that way. And they're just basically telling the employees, you do it or go somewhere else.
Exactly. But I'm talking about the smaller places. They can't find people to work. Like McDonald's, places like that. People don't want to work no more.
Well, the reason they don't want to work at McDonald's because they don't want to be a fucking robot slave and get paid $8 an hour to be shit on every day.
They get paid more than I get paid running a casino, though. Kiwi, get over here. Come on.
Yeah, but you know
Come
what
here.
I'm saying. The only reason, I mean, they make, I think it's what, $15 an hour or something now. But I mean, before it was like, $4 or $5 an hour forever.
Well, I got to pick up a bunch of garden seeds today too.
Can you get that from Walmart?
Yeah, they got a huge selection here. Well, I live out in the country, so they carry a lot of stuff that city Walmarts don't.
Right. That's cool.
I hear you.
I mean, I can get chicken food, I can get horse food, I can get goat food, I can get all kinds of stuff at this Walmart that you can't in a big city.
Right.
I could still eat this and a whole kilo. I could probably eat everything, dude. I'm starving over here. My metabolism's through the roof.
That's because
I told him no, though. He's not. He told me to give him the money or not. So sorry, guys. So I heard Walmart. You guys were talking about Walmart. So I've been hearing reports that Walmart has been expanding their aisles. So I have a few theories on this. Either because they're also, if you look at Walmart.com, they're talking about AI and robots stocking the shelves, and so my theory is that they're not only doing it for the robots, they're doing it for all the fat people and the cripples that have to ride in those mobility scooters. Because now you could take 2 mobility scooters going each way and get down the aisles. And I know that's mean. That was kind of mean. So I'm gonna segue into my real point. I think that they're moving the aisles apart because there is a scarcity, and
Yep.
that's the whole thing. Yeah, scarcity.
I think you hit the nail on the head.
But the people in Walmart, you can't say I'm wrong. People at Walmart are oftentimes homely, oftentimes not the folks you would invite to your house for dinner.
That's
Makes
because
you feel dirty.
there's so few options out there anymore.
It's true. And people don't want to work. Having a hotel and only needing 2 employees to help us, it's damn near impossible. We pay them more than we pay ourselves, and we still can't get them.
I understand. That's what I was talking about a while ago. Nobody wants to work anymore. They want to sit at home and play on the computer or the cell phone and do nothing.
Or they want to get paid way
the
more than they're worth. Like,
yeah.
my neighbor came over, right? And he's like, yeah, I'll help you out with some yard work, because I was falling behind on the yard work because, I was watching the baby, and I've got 5 lawns, like huge lawns. And then I have 6 cabins, and each cabin has their own lawn too.
Right.
And we got flowers and stuff. There's tons of work to be done all the time. I was falling behind. So he says, oh, I'll come over and help you, right? Comes over, and when he's done with the 2 hours that he put in, I said, oh, dude, I can't let you do it for free. I'll pay you or something. We'll give you something. And I always buy produce from him because he's a farmer, and I pay way exorbitant prices for what he brings. And he goes, really? You're only going to pay me $25 an hour? I said, well, that's how much I can afford right now. And he goes, well, just to let you know, I charge $68.50 an hour.
Holy shit. That's not a friend then. That's not a neighbor.
To mow a lawn, man. To mow a lawn.
That's fucked up.
I only gave him $25 an hour.
Every place I've ever rented, I've been responsible for taking care of the yard. And always out front, my parking strip would interconnect with another parking strip. I just mow the whole damn thing so it looks nice. I never charge them to mow their shit. I just do it.
That's right. If everybody would do that, we'd be in a much better society.
That's what I keep trying to tell everybody. We scratch each other's back. The world's got to be a better place.
Yeah, I was an electrician,
Why would I
electronics.
want to come to town with you? You just told me I couldn't have tacos. Yeah, I'll come to town with you. Give me a sec.
Quit whining, Moose.
She overruled me on the tacos, man. You only get the carnitas on Saturdays.
Oh, Jesus. That's how I just fixed those the other night. From scratch.
It's world famous, Chuck. World famous. Anybody that I've ever brought down here to carnitas on Saturday at Danny's, it just blows their mind. Blows their mind, their taste buds.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because they cook from scratch.
That's right. That's right. It's good. It's good. It's so good. Man.
Looks good.
Got me eating tamales over here, which is fine. I'm not mad about that, but
Suck it up.
quit
Put your
whining.
big boy pants on. Show us the X Factor, man. Show us the X Factor.
Bro, I got the X Factor. You know I got it.
No,
I
you
just-
got the
you
Y
know.
Factor.
The Y Factor. The
Why me?
should I do
Why
this?
me?
The why me? Why that?
Yep.
Why is everybody hating
So-
on me all the time?
Hey, Moose, tell me, what the hell is the X Factor? I want to know.
I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, if I start talking shit about you, does that give me the X Factor?
It could.
You ever watch World Wrestling
A
Federation?
long time ago.
Do you ever remember D-Generation X?
Oh
No.
yeah.
The Road Dogg, Jesse James, and what's his name? X-Pac or something. Well, one of his moves was called the X Factor.
Oh boy.
Wasn't even Hogan on that for a little while on that team? I think he
Yeah.
was. Yeah, that's what I thought.
He might have been. He might have been. It was a long
I think
time
he
ago.
was. Yeah. Because he was a good guy for a while, and then he became a bad guy and good guy. He kind of kept going back and forth.
And there was that guy, Triple H.
Yep.
I don't know, man. The X Factor, the ability to talk for 20 hours straight and be wild.
Hey, you know,
To command a crowd.
well, to me, one of the reasons I enjoyed watching wrestling is I knew it was fake, but then at the same time, I'm like, well, if it wasn't fake, you know, if they really did half these moves on these people, there would be no wrestlers left. They'd be all dead or crippled.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
for them,
Yeah.
for them to be able to fly through the fucking air 10 or 15 feet and come down with knee drops and L drops and fucking twisting of the head and all doing all that other fucking shit and not hurt, you know, actually purposely hurt them is, I think, pretty fucking phenomenal. Because
Well, you know, those rings are nothing more than a springboard, like a
right.
trampoline.
Oh, I know. But still, I'm saying for them to pull off those moves and stuff, they got to practice that shit, you know, 100 times to just get it right one time.
And the choke slams and all that stuff.
The pile driver.
The
Yeah,
ladder
oh, man.
drop, the ladder drop.
That'd break your neck if you did it in real life.
Yeah,
That's what I was
exactly.
just going to say. One of those pile drivers, man, you're done.
Hey, Larry, you want a story?
Sure.
You remember Clint Eastwood movie?
Oh, yeah.
Might have been Heartbreak Ridge, the one where they went to a battle and they had to use the credit card to call in airstrikes.
Oh, I don't remember that now.
Well, Clint Eastwood made a movie about it. I lived that shit in real life. I was part of that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Because I was an electrician, electronics repairman in the service.
Yeah.
And my forte was the communications field. And when they went to, where was it? Grenada is where that happened. When they invaded Grenada.
Okay.
And they were trying to establish a satellite link from Grenada to the 101st Airborne Division there at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And they couldn't get it to work. And they brought me in from the outfit I was with. And I had no training, no nothing on this piece of equipment, this satellite radio they had.
Right.
I had it working for about 5 minutes and then it quit. And it was beyond my realm.
Right.
So that's when they ended up, because they couldn't talk to each other, they ended up using a payphone with a credit card in order to call in airstrikes, artillery strikes.
That's too funny. Huh.
Well, I was involved in a lot of crap.
When you say it would connect for like 5 minutes, there's no way you could use that information and figure out how it connected then and not connecting?
Well, the problem was they were trying to use portable, like backpack units.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't have enough training with satellite communications on how you had to line up to the satellite and all that.
Right.
Like I said, I had it working for about 5 minutes, and then something went to crap, and it was a lost cause after that.
Well, I see the biggest problem is if they were trying to do it with the backpack only, what they needed to do is have some kind of a, big antenna to attach the back
Yep. Yep.
to get that signal out and to be able to receive it better. With just the backpack, even with the satellite, your range is going to be really short.
Well, yeah, the antenna dish was only 12 inches around that I
Holy,
had.
yeah, that ain't enough.
That it wasn't made. That system wasn't made for long distance. That was
Right,
more for the battlefield.
exactly.
They needed a fixed station with a huge antenna array, which they didn't have.
The only way they can do it with the small dishes is to have like 100 of them, or you know what I'm saying, to relay to each other.
Right.
Yeah, I know a fair amount about frequencies and how they work. I've been in a CBN since like the early '60s.
Oh yeah. I used to have one for a long time.
I got a pretty nice space unit. I got a Galaxy ham unit.
Oh,
My uncle used to drive around with one of those vans that had an antenna that was like 10 feet tall,
8 feet.
8 feet. Hey
yeah.
guys,
Well,
Stainless steel whip, 8 feet long.
you got a ham
huh?
license, Larry?
No. I
Oh,
usually
she
just
knows.
I just usually stay on the CB frequencies. I go
I'm liking how the
sideband.
weather's starting to get a little warmer finally.
I go sideband, upper and lower every
Yeah,
now and.
I had a modified CB that had the uppers and lowers on it.
Yeah, I can go from almost 25 megahertz all the way up to 29, and CB is right around 27.
Yeah, but hell, CV is so bad nowadays. There's so much
I'll get
garbage
the
on there, you
containers.
can't
Get the
even get
baby and the
in.
dog.
It's calmed down quite a bit. I like listening to it for the skip when I can talk to like Tennessee and you sound like you're next door.
Oh yeah,
That shit. I used to have a map of the United States and the map of the world, and I talked to every state there was. What's funny is like I did it both in Washington and Oregon, and when I was in Washington, it was really hard for me to talk to Oregon and California. Those were my last two pins, and then when I came to Oregon, I couldn't talk to Washington or California again, and so
wow.
those were
Why is
hardest.
that?
But then I could talk to China or fucking Australia or fucking like they were next door all the time. It's just the way the waves run. Because what happens, they call it skip. It's your waves
Yep.
actually skip across the atmosphere. It's an ionic. It supposedly has to be some kind of certain conditions for your waves to be able to bounce like that. But it's been basically ongoing for the last 40 years.
It's always been that way.
Well, yeah, that's like I said. It was weird because it used to actually go in and out when I first started. It'd go away, wouldn't come back for a year or two, and then slowly, I believe, as more shit got more power lines, more cell towers, more microwave dishes or whatever came up, our waves are being collected in those antennas and
Hmm.
actually using them as a repeater
Right there, right
or an
there.
extender.
Yeah.
Over here.
Because I mean, nowadays it kind of fades out for a little bit, but it never really goes
I
completely
don't know if it
away
needs
like
it.
it used to.
It doesn't need it. Give it a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird. You'll never know. You wake up one morning and you'll hear Missouri like they're next door, and an hour later you'll get Minnesota or Tennessee or Texas. You just never know where your signal's going to bounce to.
That's
So
true.
you can't talk to the same person. Like if you're talking to Chuck right now, and then your signal bounces, you won't be able to talk to Chuck anymore, or what?
Depends on the atmospheric conditions.
A lot of
Okay.
times, if you keep the exact same time, you can.
Yes.
If your conditions, working usually, like say, if we pick at 12:01, my time or whatever, and Chuck gets on there at 12:01, and if we've talked at that time before, chances of talking again are greater, but doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
Okay.
But more times than not, it does.
And then the biggest problem is if we can actually, I might be able to hear him, and he might be able to hear me, but we might not be able to talk to each other because of people in between us.
Yep.
Got it.
And it depends on too how much power they're putting out. A lot of these units they're putting out like broadcasting station power.
Yeah. They got those linear amplifiers.
Well, I got a small one, but I mean, some of these people are putting out 100,000 watts.
Yeah.
That's a small radio tower.
Yes, it is.
All right, I gotta go, fellas. My wife's getting impatient.
All right, you take care. You guys have a good day. Don't tell
Love you
me
guys.
I'm
Go
patient.
find the
Yeah.
X Factor.
I'm gonna go find the X Factor. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, you
All
take care.
right.
Oh,
And he's gone.
and he's gone. So what time are you gonna go get your medicine?
Probably about another hour yet.
Is that store a 24-hour store or?
It used to be before the pandemic, but now they're like 6 to 11.
Yeah, well, that ain't too bad. I hate it when they close at like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Well, during the pandemic, a lot of them closed at 6.
See, do you guys have buy marts down there?
No.
Yeah, we have buy marts here, and they close it at like 6 o'clock on the weekends, and it's just like, how does that make any sense? You're open till 9 during the week, but then the weekend comes when everybody's got it off. You close at 6.
Some businesses like to give their employees decent time off.
Oh no! The problem is they don't want to have to hire another, 4-hour crew or whatever, so your main employees get that time off. So they just say, "Fuck it, we'll close everything down."
Yeah. And I'm so ready for this cold weather to be done with.
Yeah,
I
I
want-
don't know. It just seems kind of weird how everywhere, especially places that shouldn't be cold, are getting cold.
I think that has to do that. They said that the poles are moving a little bit.
Yeah, they say a lot of things.
And it happens on cycles. It repeats over time.
Well, you see, that's funny you say that because I watched a guy it's probably 20 years ago that did these soil samples all over the world. And he says the exact same thing you're saying is it's shown that our earth has gone through deep freezes, for say 100 years or whatever. And then it goes through a hot 100 years and it just cycles, and he says the one thing about the earth is that it ends up healing itself.
Yeah, rejuvenation.
Right.
Now, do you believe the Earth is flat or round?
I have not a clue. Actually, I'll renege on that. I'll say the Earth isn't round or flat. It's a box. Haven't you ever heard of the four corners of the Earth?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Me
And
personally,
does
me
it
per-
really matter?
well, that's what I was gonna say. Me personally, I think I got more important things I need to concentrate on myself and my surroundings.
Amen. I agree with you 100%.
My son believed. I don't know if he still does, but he believed that the Earth was flat for a while.
Well, I haven't seen no evidence of that. So that they got a long way to go to prove that to me.
The only way I think I could believe either and would be for somebody to take me up in a spaceship far enough away to see exactly what I'm seeing.
Yep.
But
And
the
what's the
biggest
use?
the
What use
biggest
is
thing is
it
I
to
don't think
argue about it?
I don't think I could do it.
And what use is there to argue about it?
Well, exactly, ain't gonna change it either way.
Yeah,
That's why I
what's
said
it going to solve?
for me personally, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to know, but I'm not gonna waste my time trying to figure it out because I got shit fucked up with me. I still need to change.
Amen, brother.
And I just don't see how if I know it's a problem, it's got to be a more of a problem than I'm even realizing. Other
You,
people like let's just say her could see my problem more better than myself. So I'm saying if I see it's a problem, it's got to be a bigger problem than I even realize is what I'm thinking.
yeah. It's like the
'Cause-
old commercial. You remember the commercial about how many licks on a lollipop before you get to the middle?
oh yeah,
Okay, so what's the point? Who
yeah.
cares how many licks it takes?
When 9 times out of 10 we bit the sucker anyway.
And it's not going to help us live our life any better.
Oh yeah, they want to keep us focused on the idiocracy of stuff that we don't need to focus on in life. Definitely,
Hell, I focus on what I need to do.
it's easy
I
to
can't cure it.
it's easy to get caught up in though too.
Exactly.
It's like for a long time, I heard about all these things our government has done or is doing, and when I first heard it, I'm like, yeah, whatever. But the more I looked into it, the more just like, holy shit, why? And
But my problem is, okay, yeah, there's been some things that have happened or not happened, but they've taken it to the degree that they don't believe, they think everything's a lie, regardless of who says it.
yeah, oh yeah,
And you can't do that. You can't make a flat assumption that everybody everywhere is lying to you. You'll consume yourself with that conspiracy crap.
well, and the saddest part about it is I mean, that possibility could be true, but at the same time, if you believe that, then it's like, how can there be any growth?
Exactly. You've closed your mind.
Because I don't care what it is, if you're thinking I believe any negative thought can and will bring other negative thoughts and or feelings and or emotions, so on and so forth.
And it works the same way with positive thoughts. It will bring
Exactly.
positive things.
Exactly.
If you live in the negative, then you're going to live a negative life.
Yep. You jump in a pool of piranha, you're going to get bit.
Guaranteed. It doesn't matter. Some of this stuff just doesn't matter.
Yep.
How's it gonna affect your life right now? Mhm.
Well, what gets me too is like, I don't go out and about really and associate, like go to stores and stuff unless I have to. But
Right.
9 times out of 10, when I go there, I'll be like, I'll ask somebody if they're standing in line or whatever, and just get all irate with me, and I'm just like, dude, life's too short to get stressed out about. That's why I'm asking you if you're in line. I wasn't trying to get in front of you or whatever.
You're trying to be polite.
Yep.
That's the problem. Nobody wants to be friendly with nobody.
All right, man. Well, it's 10 o'clock. I got some things I should probably do. I'm hopefully going to go to my son's, and he's going to show me some things about broadcasting and stuff later on my computer.
Good deal.
I need to get ready for that. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, Larry, we'll let you go then.
All right, you take care, and we'll talk to you later, man.
All right, have a good day.
All right, bye.